So I hope that the people of this land can give up on the idea of nature and start believing in the idea of humanity, not of white supremacy, because that's your idea of what it means to be human, but it cannot be ours. It cannot be ours. It cannot be the global families. Thank you for having listened today. We're here to decolonize conservation because there is no other way to face the climate and ecological crisis we face. Without decolonizing conservation, we will be complicit in ecofascism because that will be done in our name. What does ecofascism mean to you? Are you speaking about it? Are you centering that? I hope you will. You can look up more about the campaign at WTF.WWF.org, and we're having an informative talk about decolonizing conservation more broadly on Monday night, if you'd like to look us up on socials as well. And yeah, thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much for your kind, warm attention. We've got a couple of requests that for when we get going in a minute. There are some banners that people would like help carrying. So if you haven't got anything to carry or hold on the march and you're up for doing that, there's two requests. One is something related to Boris, and if you're up for doing that, then go and meet the guys over by the ice cream. And the other is Extinction Rebellion, and I believe they're all gathered around a pink octopus. So you can have little fun hunting out a pink octopus and then help out with that manner. And next we're going to hear from Nick, who is campaigning about oil drilling in the Okavango Delta. So please welcome Nick.
Okay, this is not my comfort zone, but thank you for listening. So I want to talk briefly about a project in Africa, in Namibia, Botswana. And I don't know, I'm not the voice that I want you to hear predominantly. I'd like to play you a speech in a moment from an activist in Namibia called Ina Maria Shikungo. By way of context, I just want to explain that there is a Canadian company, Recon Africa. They've been granted licenses for 33,000 square kilometers. That's an area of land the size of Holland or larger, in the watershed of the Okavango Delta. The Okavango Delta is one of the remaining 3% of this planet which is ecologically intact. It is a oasis, it's a delta in the Kalahari Desert that floods seasonally up to 21,000 square kilometers. It has the largest wildlife populations remaining in Africa. This company, Recon Africa, are threatening to discover, they estimate, 120 billion barrels of oil. That would be 1/6 of this planet's remaining alleged carbon budget to stay within 1.5 degrees. This is a company listed on the stock exchanges and financed in that way through America, Canada, and Germany, and with an office in London. This is what we face at this moment in time, where we know what we have to do collectively, and yet our financial system allows these kinds of projects to go ahead. So I want to now hand over and play a speech from Ina Maria Shikungo from Fridays for Future in Windhoek, Namibia.
My dear friends in the UK, my name is Ina Maria Shikongo. I'm with Fridays for Future Windhoek in Namibia. Thank you for coming out today in numbers, for supporting the cause. What Recon Africa is pure neocolonialism. In this day and age where we are talking about keeping it in the ground, they are putting all of us at risk. Mostly our people, the First Nations, the communities. Over 1 million people will be affected if production does go on. We don't know how they got this deal. Canada is a signatory of the Paris Agreement. So is Namibia, so is Botswana. Why are we doing this to our people? This will affect everyone. They will affect the carbon budget by over 6%. What is that? Just one company, for the sake of greed, because they don't want you in the UK to have the opportunity to ever see the Okavango Delta, to see the Kavango regions, to see our wildlife, to see wild dogs, elephants, African elephants, bush elephants in real life. We have to stop Recon Africa together. Thank you, my brothers and sisters, and everyone else who came out today.
Thanks so much for that, Nick. And now we will hear from Belle on behalf of Animal Rebellion.
Hello. I'm Belle from Animal Rebellion, and I'm here today because we stand on a knife edge, existentially, ecologically. By the time I finish giving this speech, another species will be wiped off the face of this planet. We have to stop burning fossil fuels. We have to stop funding fossil fuels. But there is another industry that deserves our scrutiny, and that is animal agriculture. Animal agriculture is responsible for 14.5% of greenhouse gas emissions. Animal agriculture is responsible for 91% of deforestation in the Amazon. The lungs of the planet, the heart of Mother Nature herself. Only 4% of mammals left on this planet today are wild. All the rest are farmed animals and humans. If you want a statistic to sum up just what we're doing to this planet, there it is. Yet despite this terrible toll on the planet, animal agriculture does not do its job. We raise and slaughter 76 billion land animals a year for food. We strip them from their mothers in infancy. We raise them in darkness and disease. We slaughter them at a fraction of their natural lifespan. And yet somehow 1 billion people are starving to death every year, and a third of all food produced is being thrown away. So this food system is not fit for business. It is not fit for business now, and it is not fit for business in the dark future that it has helped us to create. Despite this, it gets a lot of money. Between 2017 and 2019, $500 billion a year was funneled into industrial animal agriculture. It makes a mockery of any sum we put aside to restore and protect nature. We are killing all life on Earth, and we are paying corporations to kill all life on Earth in order to raise and slaughter animals for food. I know this is still a challenge for some sections of society to accept. I know that meat has been a symbol of culture and community for centuries. But the time for tiptoeing around this issue is over. We have to listen to the science, and the science is telling us that the only food system that gives the human race and animals a chance of survival into the future is plant-based. If we all went plant-based, we could save up to 8 billion tons of carbon every year, and we could feed everybody on far less land. We know this, and we have to stop fighting this, because once we stop fighting it, then we can get together and talk about how we make this work for ourselves, for nature, for animals, for other peoples. We talk about systemic change. One of the clearest signs of our ability to change will be our willingness to confront centuries-old traditions that are not working for us, and in how we choose to reframe our relationship to the natural world and the more than humans that we share this planet with. We have to challenge speciesism, racism, sexism, and any ideology that places life on any kind of scale of value. We need to know in our bones that when we defend nature, we are nature defending itself. We talk about love, and the greatest act of love, of humility, is to extend it to those whose voices we have so far chosen not to hear, whose languages we have so far chosen not to understand, and whose short, brutal lives and deaths we have so far refused to bear witness to. That is the other reason I'm here. I am here because I have seen some of the world's gentlest creatures, animals I love and respect, beaten and butchered, flayed and burnt, boiled and mutilated, maimed and destroyed. It has changed me. It has left me aghast. In part of my research for today, I came across the absolutely horrendous slaughter of 40,000 elephants in Africa in the 60s, and eyewitness film footage of shot mothers trying to protect shot babies clinging on to dead mothers. I don't think you have to be particularly sentimental to ask, what the fuck are we doing to the other sentient creatures that we share this planet with? And what the fuck gives us the right? If we want to build a kind of world, and the world we so desperately need as we move forward into the emergency, none of this can keep happening. It is time to have mercy. Have mercy. Right now, there are still, for now, elephants moving slowly through the rainforests of Central Africa. Right now, as we stand here today, there are hawksbill sea turtles dip diving in the oceans of Madagascar. We have been given a jewel of a planet. Don't let this rebellion be its eulogy. We are Animal Rebellion. We believe that climate justice is social justice, is animal justice, people, planet, nature, animals, in balance, in harmony. We believe there is a better world for our making if we only have the moral courage. And I really believe we have that courage. Thank you.
Plant, that's the only food for me. So next we are going to hear from Destiny.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Destiny from the Revolutionary Communist Group. Today, we're in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic. In capitalism's endless strive for capital, it will continue to encroach on the delivered a startling warning of the catastrophic nature of the climate emergency, describing it as a code red for humanity. As COP26 approaches, world leaders will make empty promises, whilst the science explicitly states we only have less than 10 years until we cause irreversible damage to the planet. The only logical response to the urgency of the climate crisis is through an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, socialist movement built here on our streets. Environmental destruction is an essential part of the capitalist mode of production. British banks like Barclays are funneling billions into the fossil fuel industry, while HSBC also funds Indonesian companies to burn down rainforests, turning them into huge palm oil plantations. 1/3 of all CO2 emissions come from burning forests, so that big businesses can use the land to produce items such as palm oil, commodities that they can make immense profits from. The world's natural defences against global warming are being set alight in the name of making profit for a privileged few. British-based mining giants such as Anglo-American, Rio Tinto and Glencore are now collectively engaged in over 250 mining-related conflicts in Latin America alone over many issues, including environmental degradation, water theft, fraud, corruption, land dispossession, and the repression and criminalisation of community opposition. Meanwhile, the search for rare metals such as cobalt and titanium has led to the appalling conflicts in the Congo. And we saw the disgraceful attempts of imperialist powers to overthrow former Bolivian President Evo Morales to replace him with a president willing to sell off Bolivia's huge lithium reserves. Any movement that is not anti-imperialist will simply be green imperialism. Socialism is the only alternative to the destruction born through capitalism. The needs of humanity and the planet are put before profit. Socialist Cuba has been reported as the only country to have achieved sustainable development, exhibiting the potential a socialist framework proposes in salvaging the environmental crisis. Cuba only emits 0.08% of greenhouse gases, as they have a plethora of projects put in place to reduce emissions, showing their dedication to sustainability through remarkable steps like their devised 100-year plan to protect the population from the worst effects of climate change. Cuba shows that socialism is the only system capable of marshalling the level of organisation necessary for a sustainable future by returning the power to working class masses. We have reached a point of revolution or ruin interested parties can challenge climate change and environmental destruction. Anything less will simply be green imperialism at the expense of the world's poorest. Fight racism, fight imperialism, and the revolutionary communist group is dedicated to building a movement inspired by the example of socialist Cuba on the streets of Britain. You must join today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have from Liba, from XR Unify and Anti-Oppression Circle, a gift of poetry. Please welcome Liba.
Yeah, I think something like this is good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Looking forward to this nature march. So here we go. This poem is called For the Wild. I wrote this after listening to our podcast, and it's all about our connection to nature from an indigenous perspective, reclaiming our sense of identity with nature from this indigenous perspective, which was really vocalized there by XR Youth Solidarity today. For the Wild. Between eyes of despair, there lies hope. Poetry bridges indigenous hearts with land by upholding rights for conscious action, acting in our own rights, creating our own justice. Forgiveness moves emotional discharges in bodies, sweating, palpitating, and shaking from inside, momentarily externally manifested by mind in an equilibrium limbo, deciding one's fate. For the wild is how it goes on a metal plate. Assumptions built into language create translations that are miscommunicated through the written word. The reader's deconstruction debases insanity, another world formatted by an intellect. Shaped by rational self-interest and sense-pleasure desires, knowledge of humanity doesn't necessitate effective practice. Exploitation and oppression has provided the notion of freedom. The soul's journey home, according to ancient scriptures, has more resonance than staring unconditionally at a teacup. Plants give their beauty and say thank you for being alive. And so do we, if we give our energies worth. Lifting lived experiences through laws in the stars. Without water and love, we cannot exist. Biodiversity is rapidly declining in a paradigm that represses. Psychic conflict from historical and cultural conflicts, brewed into hot soup, wearing a winter outfit. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
And last but not least, we have the honour of a founding member of XR to come and speak to us right now.
Hello everyone here in Trafalgar Square and everyone watching from where they can. Thank you for joining us. My name is Zizi, though some of you know me as Lizia. I'm a Malaysian, I'm autistic, and I'm a rebel for all life. It is our great misfortune and our loss that Extinction Rebellion co-founder Simon Bramwell cannot be here today to deliver his speech. He has asked me to deliver it in his stead, and I can only hope to do it justice. Though the words are his, my heart beats with each one of them. I have been asked here today to speak on behalf of the other than human, to give voice to the trees, the oceans, the millions of species we share this planet with, and who give so much. It is both an honor and an arrogance of privilege to do this. When we created XR, it was only a very few of us who spoke up for the other than human, who insisted that the extinction in Extinction Rebellion be about more than just climate change and human survival, that we include all our kin and the whole web of life. That it was a struggle is typical of the human exceptionalism that has acted as a lightning rod for the accelerating ecocides engulfing us. Please, do not think me callous or indifferent to the plight of humanity here, especially those of our kin in the global south. But today, my voice is for the rest of nature, of which we are only one part. My voice isn't enough to speak for nature. It's inadequate to the task in hand. Why? Because I cannot scream with the force necessary to capture the scale of suffering and wanton annihilation the natural world is undergoing. I cannot weep enough tears or rage with enough ferocity. My heart cannot contain enough grief. My voice cannot express the magnitude of the cries of the animals murdered by the sheer volume of atrocity that is the animal agriculture industry. A chorus of horror involving 96% of all the mammal biomass on the planet every single day. My voice cannot be louder than the roaring of the wildfires that are turning vast swathes of land to ashes and animals to mounds of charred flesh. It cannot be greater than the crash of ancient trees needlessly felled for human greed or follies like the HS2 project and the ongoing apocalypse of the Amazon. It cannot match the screams of foxes being torn apart for sport, the agonies of whales choking on our plastic, the sickening crunch of billions of birds and animals who are killed by our cars each year. My voice cannot outcompete the sounds of extinction on this planet, where evolution has taken millions of years to fill our oceans, lands, and skies with such an incredible, wondrous abundance of life, which has fed our bodies, nourished our souls, and inspired our cultures for tens of thousands of years. My voice cannot reproduce the deafening silence of the species we have killed. And here we are now. Only 3% of our world's ecosystems are intact. In my lifetime, we've slaughtered 52% of the biodiversity on the planet. Wild mammals now make up only 4% of the terrestrial life, with the remaining 96% being humans and livestock. Farmed poultry make up 70% of all bird life on the planet. 1 in 3 wild trees face extinction. Insect life is plummeting beyond accurate measure. 71% of shark species have declined since the 70s, and 76% of freshwater fish have declined globally. Marine life halved since 1970. Our oceans warm, filled with toxic waste. Britain, this once green and pleasant land, has become a desert of monocultures. We are one of the most nature-depleted countries on this planet. 44 million birds gone since 1966. 40% of our native species in steep decline. The UK government has abjectly failed on 17 out of 20 UN biodiversity targets. 1/4 of our mammals and 1/2 of our bird life are at risk of extinction, and our police force regularly facilitates illegal hunts or turns blind eyes to the poisoning of raptors, the baiting of badgers, the illegal destruction of our ancient woodlands, and extinction is accelerating. One voice alone cannot speak for the life on this planet, but a trickle can become a stream, can become a river, and then an ocean. And we can become nature's voice if we listen deeply enough to what love for the life on this planet asks of us. We say we are nature defending itself, yet we are taking chainsaws to the tree of life in an orgy of greed, overconsumption, and ignorance. Human activity is taking more than it gives back, heedless of the reciprocity that drives regeneration and ignorant of the laws of thermodynamics. It's too easy to say. It is just capitalism that is driving this. Extinction is a story eons old. Industrialized capitalism is a force multiplier of our appetites and greeds, yes. But it's our insistence on putting ourselves at the center of the universe that is breaking the chain of life. We are the system. We need to change. All of us here, yes, we need to take murderous corporations to task. Yes, we need accountable governments. Yes, we need justice for those at the sharp end of our prejudices and outsourced oppressions. And yes, we are all hypocrites. And yet, if we are to walk back from the brink, we need to turn our backs on that hypocrisy and change our system. Walking towards the web of life will take us there. Everything we do now is vital. Every act of change we make to our lives, every sacrifice we make, becomes a gift to the future and brings us all back to life. We cannot fantasize our way out of this with bright green illusions that we can just replace the energy we take like for like. We cannot ignore the cost of nuclear power when an estimated 182 million fish a year Oh my goodness. Where's the rest of my speech? I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. We cannot ignore the cost of nuclear power when an estimated 182 million fish a year could be killed in the water intakes of Hinkley Point alone, decimating ecosystems for its 70-year lifespan. This has to be about more than us and our appetites. If we are to become a voice for nature, then our actions must embody this. We must take our voices beyond London, beyond the cities. Rebellion must be every day from here on in, embedded in our hearts and in our lives, bent to transforming this burning world. Acting for nature means liberating nature, transforming the animal agricultural industry, disrupting hunts, rewilding land, reclaiming land for those dispossessed, composting LED lights that are killing pollinators in their millions, even if it means taking a ladder and removing them ourselves, even if it means trespassing on golf courses that serve just a few, even if it means dismantling traps or taking hammers to the oil pipelines, sitting on motorways, dismantling HS2 with our bare hands. Life is asking us to put our bodies in the way of the machine that is tearing life on this planet apart. This is how we begin to come back to nature, to become its voice. By our active love, burning more fiercely than the wildfires, by our roars being louder than the floodwaters, by our actions becoming prayer. Our humanity isn't a function of scientific classification. It's a result of our relationship with life. We are human because of badger and goat, because of ocean and tree and hare and mountain. Our humanity isn't a function. We are us only because of them, and yet we forget that all our life. We risk losing our humanity with every species lost. And if we are not willing to make sacred our every action, then all we leave to the future is the sound of machines chewing life away to the bone until only silence remains. It's not just about us, our banners or movements, it's about life. Act now. Rebel every day on behalf of life for the wild. Thank you. On behalf of life and for the world. All right, we're ready to get moving. And the front of our procession is over there behind me. So what I'm going to ask everyone to do, and if the people at the front that can see me can do the same thing with their arms so everyone can see, is ask everyone to go that way so that you end up behind our beautiful puppets and costumes and banners that have already lined up ready for us to be moving off. So if you all go this way round to line up on the end of it, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Extinction! Extinction!
Good, guys. Welcome to the last day of the Impossible Rebellion here, starting at Trafalgar Square in the centre of London. This is the Nature March, March for Nature. We're going to be going through the West End today to really celebrate the last 2 weeks that we've had together. It's been, as usual with rebellions, it's been huge ups and big downs as well, and just a roller coaster of emotions. So we're coming together to celebrate community, but not just celebrate community. This is also raising awareness of nature destruction that's been going on for decades, and that's continuing today in all sorts of forms. We've heard in the speeches about different forms of ecosystem destruction, and along with that disrespecting and often expropriating land from indigenous peoples who are the safeguarders of that land, and all of the huge numbers of species that are being lost yearly by intensive agriculture, by urbanisation, by climate change now, because climate change is changing habitats and changing the environment for huge numbers of species, many of whom just won't be able to survive in the coming decades. So we're here to really stand witness to that destruction that we are ourselves part of, unfortunately. And a lot of our detractors say Extinction Rebellion people drive in cars. They're drinking out of plastic bottles as well. They're contributing to the crisis as much as anybody else. This is a big part of what Extinction Rebellion is about, is we are saying this is a toxic system. We're trapped in it. We're trapped in it just like everybody else. Most of us, we're not rich people, and we're trapped into behaviours that we don't want to be perpetrating, and we're calling governments and private companies who've created that system over decades out on that, because we want things to change. So today, like I said, it's the Nature March, and we've got many people dressed up as favourite species or disappearing species, endangered species from Britain and from abroad, and we will be talking to a lot of marchers as well about how they feel about nature disappearing on their doorstep or further afield, why they've been moved to come out and march for that life force that preserves life for every one of us. Sometimes difficult, sometimes easy to forget when we're in concrete jungles like we are in London or in other cities around the world, but nature does sustain us. So we'll be talking to people on the march, and hopefully I'll be linking up as well with some spokespeople from the different movements who've come to join us today at Extinction Rebellion, because it's not just us. We've got various allies who've come to talk with us as well. And I think today we've come together partly because at the moment there's a big a biodiversity conference in Marseille in France. And that is a large intergovernmental effort to try and, Emmanuel Macron, he's got a plan, and his plan is to safeguard or protect 30% of land around the world by 2030, so set aside those areas for conservation efforts, which some people might say is all well and good, great, good initiative. It's leading up to COP26, which is going to be taking place in Glasgow in just 8 weeks now, or just a little bit under. But there are problems with that. Problems with that way of looking at this nature-based solutions that Macron is talking about, and a lot of governments have signed up to. 60 nations have said that they are happy to sign up to this pledge, and this is what we were hearing from a little bit to start with here, that those solutions they are going to be leading to more sort of what's called fortress conservation. So it means we're going to keep those people, like one of the speakers said, 80% of land at the moment is 80% of land is safeguarded. 80% of biodiversity, I should say, is safeguarded by indigenous groups, and many conservation efforts actually seek to totally set aside that land, and then that means that they actually expropriate indigenous peoples from those lands that they know very well, and they have ancestral knowledge about how the ecosystems function, and it's very important for their cultures as well, and they are protecting those areas from being deforested, being logged, being mined, being farmed. So there's a different kind of countercurrent there to the mainstream political process, which is saying let's find another way. And I think that's what we're going to be talking about today a lot, is about how can we have a green transition that doesn't just sort of say, right, people have to be out and separate of nature. We're all part of nature, and indigenous peoples especially have a huge part to play in the global south. And not just in the global south, in the global north, we've got First Nations people in North America, and the Sami, also in the Scandinavian countries. Their practices and their land conservation efforts, they wouldn't even call it conservation, they just call it their way of life. They must be protected, and these people must be protected. So we're looking for a different way that's a just transition, that means that we don't just bar nature off, fence it off from people, especially those who live on it now. So nature, it's a huge, huge topic, and we'll be talking to people as we march about what nature means to them. I'm just going to go back to, my arm is really, really tired, and I'm going to just go back to a bit of a shot of the crowd because we are about to move off now onto, I'm not actually sure which street we're going on. I thought it was Pall Mall. I don't think it is actually, but let's just have a look at the crowd. As we move off. We've got some beautiful installations here today. I've seen some really larger than life. I have no idea how they got them here, but bees, butterflies, and some beautiful, I don't know if you can see right at the kind of top of the picture, there are some parrots, like kind of carnival birds there. Kind of melded like a totem with, I think, some indigenous faces as well. Some really beautiful representations of nature. We also have some like eel type flags and lots of banners. I really love a homemade banner, so we'll try and show some of those too, because obviously people have a lot of things that they want to say that are personal to them, and often banners can be a really interesting way of seeing how that's encapsulated, like, you know, in a few words. So as we go around today, I'm hoping to talk to some people. Well, they already spoke in a speech actually, but I'm not sure we caught it right at the beginning of the stream. There'll be some people here from Stop HS2, HS2 Rebellion, because that's one of the biggest scandals, I would say, in conservation going on right now in Britain. Ancient woodlands just being desecrated, often just for temporary access roads for a lorry to get in so that it can build some kind of like, I can't remember, I went to Denham Camp a while ago, they were building some temporary infrastructure for putting in the HS2, and even the temporary infrastructure was going to rip down ancient trees. There have been some really dodgy goings on with HS2 contractors making a lot of noise at night, making a huge, putting on floodlights which scares off bats so that they could say that there weren't any bat roosts there, even though they were barbastelle bats were found at Jones Hill Wood, which is in the Midlands, and they are one of the most endangered bats in the UK. So, you know, if a proper ecology survey had been done there, then there would have been a stop to that part of the project, and it even did go to court. It was taken to court by some protesters, and I can't remember exactly the outcome of that now, but, you know, HS2 is still going on. It's costing £107 billion, and it's laying waste to just incredible amounts of not just woodland, but all sorts of biodiversity in the UK. And I mean, I can't even begin to understand how much 107 billion is, and, you know, that could be invested in so many other things that we really, really need in this country. And, you know, the biggest joke of all is this translocation of soil craziness. They're saying that they're going to scoop up the soil from the habitat they've just destroyed. They're going to scoop it up, they're going to take it somewhere else, they're going to lay it down again, and if you look at the videos, it's just crazy, the amount of, they sort of pop up little, like, saplings through the soil, and they say that it's all going to grow back, and this is apparently, this ridiculous effort is equivalent to having woodlands which are, you know, hundreds of years in the making. You've got a mosaic of different species that were all grown at their own rates, and they adapt to each other for light and water and nutrients, and now you've got the soil. We hardly ever talk about soil. But, you know, you talk to any farmer at the moment who's really struggling with trying to build a more fair food system in this country. And you'll find out very quickly that soil is so important, and there's a huge amount of like millions and just more than millions of microorganisms that live in the soil that have to be there, with all these interconnecting relationships of fungi that keep soil fertile for us to have food from. And that's part of nature too, of course. And when you expose all that to air, like you do with translocation for HS2, you're just totally killing all the soil bacteria and everything good inside of it. And you're disturbing the seeds as well. Have been dormant for years. So the idea that you can just translocate and you're replacing like with like, an ancient woodland with this kind of like sand pit is just absolutely bonkers. And the fact that ecologists are willing to sign up to this for cash just shows you what a disgusting, deplorable state we are in with regard to how we view nature in this country and the respect that we give to nature. And the UK is like one of the top most how to put this, the most nature depleted, I think they say, country in the world. In that case, we have just concreted over and ploughed through so much of our nature, so we really need to stop projects like HS2. I would really struggle to estimate how many people, but I've been watching as I've been taking shots while the speeches are going on, and people have been streaming out of Trafalgar Square for about 20 minutes, I would say, and more seem to have joined us from another location. So many flags that I haven't seen before, and I just don't know how long this march is going to last, but so many people have turned out here after 2 weeks of actions of various sorts, some of them more disruptive than others, and a lot of people have probably come on their weekends off when they might be for a lot of supporters the only time that they can actually join us because of their work and caring commitments. And it's just thousands, absolutely thousands here today. So I'm so pleased to see it, because we were getting really tired the last few days. But this is like the last stand for the rebellion. And nature is so important to all of us who are supporters. And even if you're not a supporter of XR, I think Oh, the samba started. So I was just saying that nature is something that can really unite us, like whether you are a supporter of XR or whether you're not, actually. I think we will have a lot to learn about nature. And hopefully this can be a kind of march of unity, really. And on that note, I think I'm going to hand over to another of our presenters, who are presumably somewhere else a little bit further along in the action. Let's see who we're going on to next.
Hi folks, got James here from Norwich. In the midst of the march, I just got swarmed by bees. There's so many different costumes and stuff here, it's amazing. We've got a white elephant, the HS2 white elephant in the room over there. And yeah, so we've started off from Trafalgar Square, we've got the Sami behind us and some kind of jazz band in front of us, who sound amazing. We'll have a look at them in a bit. So many different costumes and flags everywhere on the March for Nature, starting off from Trafalgar Square. I think we're heading towards Hyde Park, I'm not entirely sure. I'll follow the bees. Where are the bees? Let's go and find the bees. And we'll try and have a chat with a few people as well. So this is like a really fun, joyous community march, bringing loads of people together, but it's got a very serious element as well, of course. Nature is being depleted at alarming rates across the globe. You just heard how UK itself is one of the most nature depleted countries in the world, but destruction of the Amazon, we heard some of the speeches this morning, how indigenous people's lands are being destroyed through colonialism, through neo-colonialism now, at alarming rates. So we've lost 70% of our biomass since 1970, insect life is plummeting. birds, the oceans are being devastated, the coral reefs, and then you've got, I think, one species going extinct every 5 minutes. And you always have a base level of extinction, but the climate crisis, the ecological crisis, has pushed it way above. So yeah, we're all coming together today to really highlight the crisis within nature. A March for Nature started off at Trafalgar Square, moving through London. Please, as always, feel free to share our stream, get the message out there more widely across communities, across your family, friends, colleagues, about what we're doing. Because I think we can all appreciate nature, and we all appreciate the need to save it. Yeah, let's have a look at stuff, and I'll try and get some interviews going as well to see the size of this march. There must be several hundred people, if not more, on this march today. It's really good to see everyone out. Samba band at the back. We've got giant octopus here. I think it's an octopus. It looks very octopus-like to me. Let us know if you're a species expert in the comments if it's a different. Looks octopi-like. And we'll just keep up with the march. We've got some wasps at the front. But yeah, a very serious edge to this march as well, about the nature depletion around the globe and what we can do about it, and hopefully, coupled with the climate crisis, it's a very clear message. We need to reassess the way we live, perhaps stop our consumerism, reduce it, live in a more sustainable way. Looks like these guys are, let's see if we can talk to one of these guys, and this team of people, see what looks like they're highlighting the, hi, would anyone like to speak to XR livestream about what you're demonstrating for today? Anyone like to say a few words? Brilliant, thank you. So you've got some fantastic flags here.
Yeah, so we're here today with Ocean Rebellion. Obviously, a lot of stuff that goes on in the oceans is like out of sight, out of mind for people. But with the climate breakdown, we're seeing ocean acidification as a result of fossil fuels burning, seeing devastation of ocean species. Yeah. And it's really, really important because actually the oceans are our lungs, possibly even more than the Amazon. I think, you know, the ocean plants produce 90% of the oxygen in our atmosphere, so we really, really need to take care of them. So we're just highlighting that today.
Thanks for Ocean Rebellion.
Ocean Rebellion, yeah.
Oh, thanks for being here. Thanks for talking to the camera. Oh, I've been trapped by a flag now. So that was Ocean Rebellion, here to highlight the damage to the oceans, and as she was saying there, the acidification, the rising temperatures destroying the coral reefs with the coral bleaching, the overfishing, the big trawlers that just sweep everything up from the ocean bed, destroying whole ecosystems. It fills you with sadness, but also rage that we can do this to ourselves and our fellow species on this planet, because we're killing ourselves at the end of the day. So nice one, Ocean Rebellion, nice impactful costumes and props they've got with us today. Ah, look, got a wave coming through, some description. Again, representing rivers or oceans. It's fantastic to see the amount of different costumes out. Kids are out as well, of course. It's their future that's being affected as much as ours. But a lot of people think they're not going to be affected. But actually, how old am I? I'm mid-40s now. Within my lifetime, we're going to see more depletion of nature, more extreme weather, and it's going to affect me, but it's going to affect future generations even worse. So our children and the generations yet to come. Wasn't it? Indigenous wisdom says we should look 7 generations ahead on any decisions we make. Are they going to harm the future generations? I think there's a lot we could learn from indigenous wisdom. I'm being marshalled over this way, so I'm just going to move. Oh, we've got the Stop HS2, white elephant in the room. Does anyone from Stop HS2 want to say anything for the XR live stream about why you're here? Hello. Yeah, hello there. Would you like to say a few words for the XR live stream about HS2? And yeah, that'd be great. Just introduce yourself.
So I'm Karen from the HS2 Resistance, and we're here on the March for Nature because HS2 is having a huge impact on the natural world. It's poisoning the water, it's poisoning the chalk aquifer that supplies 3.2 million Londoners with drinking water. It's taking 1 million trees. It's pouring 13 million tonnes of concrete along the land.
We can walk that way a bit. We keep up with your elephant. Don't want to lose your elephant. You can hold the mic if you want.
Okay.
Probably be just speaking to that bit there.
Yeah, and you know, this rebellion has been about demanding the government to stop funding in new extraction of fossil fuel. Well, the connection with the HS2 is that it's not going to be carbon neutral for 120 years, and it's releasing carbon fuels at a horrendous rate. And there's going to be a debate in Parliament on the 13th of September, and the demand is that they cancel HS2. It was passed through Parliament on a huge array of lies, and so HS2 is symbolic as a project, is the largest project, infrastructure project in Europe, and it's symbolic of everything that's wrong with our system. And, if we can stop the HS2, then we can stop many other projects. On Thursday, the 9th of September, there's going to be a national action, and we're asking and inviting everybody from XR. We're inviting everybody from XR to join the national action, to come together with groups of friends and to go to anywhere along the line. If you don't know where to go on the line, contact anybody from the HS2 Resistance, from Stop HS2 or from HS2 Rebellion. And there are hundreds of locations, and we will be going to the gates of compounds, we will be going to the woodlands that are being destroyed, we'll be going to the offices. Wherever there's a close location to where you live, you can take an action and let the government know that the public of Britain do not want this train. It's a bad train. Most people agree that trains are a good thing, but a high-speed train is carbon hungry on every level, and it's not meeting the needs of the British public. It's not getting the British public out of cars, and it's having a huge environmental impact on our habitats and on our wildlife. And Natural England are breaching the very laws which they're supposed to support, and it's suggested that they've been encouraged to sign off licences in order to get the 200 new jobs that they were granted almost in return for having signed off licences to destroy the wildlife. So
they've been bribed in many ways, aren't they?
Exactly. Yeah. So the truth has been coming out about HS2 fast and furiously over the last 18 months. People have been fighting this campaign for 10 years, 11 years. It's taken a long, long time to get the truth out. The mainstream media have not supported the truth. Thanks to HS2 Rebellion and the youth and the young people in this campaign, the truth has reached people via social media. And now, between HS2 Rebellion and Stop HS2, the people across Britain are finally beginning to hear the truth about this monstrous project. So, thank you to everybody who's signed postcards to write to their MPs, who've written emails, who've joined the campaign, and who are behind this Stop HS2, and who are willing to go forwards and continue supporting this campaign, especially over the next week. So, yeah.
Thank you. Remind us of the date again for the action. Is it Thursday the 9th, did you say?
It's Thursday the 9th, and the debate in Parliament is on Monday the 13th. So any actions you can take between now and then going forward, would be amazing.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for everything you're doing.
Yes,
it's a
fantastic.
Thank you. So really good to see it. Okay, cool. Well, let's see who else we can find. We'll just wander up here and see where the front of the march is going. But really good to hear from Stop HS2 there, that Ecocidal project. We often talk about destruction of the rainforest, the destruction of coral reefs, destruction of forests in other parts of the world, or river systems, or mangrove swamps. But we've got to remember we have a responsibility still in our own country to preserve the little bits of ancient woodland that we have left. Surely it's highly hypocritical for us to be demanding other countries stop destruction when they're often trying to catch up with the West, when we're still destroying our own forests. So yeah, we're marching from Trafalgar Square up towards Hyde Park, I think. I think the march is stretching over about half a mile or something by the looks of it now. Brilliant to see so many costumes and people out on the streets and so many protesters with really, really valid causes. We saw it from Stop HS2 then. We've got, I've seen the bees flying about talking about pollinators, but hopefully we'll be able to catch up with more people a bit later. I'm going to hand over to another one of our live streamers now, who should be coming online any minute, and we'll see who he is with, and I'll catch up with you again later. Cheers, folks.
Greetings all. We're in the middle of London. The turnout is absolutely phenomenal. It really is. As you know, last month saw a month's worth of rainfall in 90 minutes in London. Sadiq Khan has acknowledged that this is down to the climate crisis. As we say in the East End, this shit just got real. And the number of people out today is an indication of that. Speaking of the East, I've got Wally the former dog, greyhound, actually representing XR Waltham Forest. Let's hear from them. Any words on behalf of Wally?
So obviously Wally has already suffered as a result of the climate crisis, but we're here today to defend nature. We are all part of nature. I think it's really easy to think we're sort of separate from it, but if the bees die, we all die. We're all interconnected, and it feels really important to be here and kind of stand up for nature, for all of us, all the people in the kind of global south who are suffering right now as a result of the climate crisis. Yeah, that's why I'm here.
You talk about how we're all interconnected and everything affects all of us. An interesting statistic is that 80% of the world have never been on a plane, yet the pollution affects everybody.
By supply chains.
There's so much, and COVID again has shown how what happens on one side of the world affects us on the other.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. It's very noisy.
Well, it is noisy. However, these mics will pick up everything.
Amazing. So yeah, I think it's so important remembering the climate crisis is fundamentally a social justice issue, and like you say, the people who are suffering have done the absolute least to cause all the problems that we're facing, and Britain started the Industrial Revolution. We started the burning of fossil fuels, and I think we have a responsibility to lead and make a change and move away from that now. It's already too late, but we need to stop investing in fossil fuels right now.
That's the big call of this rebellion: an end to investment in fossil fuel extraction, an end to extraction of fossil fuels. There was some action outside JP Morgan yesterday, who are the top investor in fossil fuels. What's your take on resolving this and how we should go forward?
I thought that action yesterday was really powerful, and seeing doctors and healthcare professionals kind of really making that point that it's a health crisis as well, and that they're such trusted members of society, and they can see the damage that is being done to their patients. I think that's really powerful. Hopefully, kind of reaches out more widely to people. But yeah, we already have access to enough fossil fuels to tip us over 1.52 degrees of warming. The idea that we're still investing and drilling and exploring for more is just completely ludicrous. I saw someone had put on social media saying, ending investment in fossil fuels is the most reasonable demand anyone could ever make. It's so simple, it's so obvious. I can't believe that it's not being fair.
So, one more thing I'd like to touch on. You said that you're from Extinction Rebellion Waltham Forest.
That's right.
And we've noticed that during this rebellion we've been getting increasing amounts of support online, on the ground, and for those that don't know, XR is made up of local groups who take action in their areas and come together for big actions like this. Could you tell us just a little about your group in Waltham Forest and what people sitting in other parts of the world can expect if they get involved in their own groups locally?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think that is one of the really lovely things about XR. We've got such a great group. There's a big group of us here today, and just having those people who you know, who sort of share your concerns, and sort of live nearby. We meet up regularly. We sort of we organise and we plan things and we plan to come down to stuff like this, but we also just do social things. We're going to have a bonfire and a little meal tomorrow night. Sort of.
Whoa! Where's this meal? Where's my invite? Whoa!
We have a garden.
If you tell me where this is, we could just send out an invite to the world and you can get mobbed.
Maybe I won't give the exact location.
Why?
But we've got a lovely garden that some of the people from the local group have been building, kind of in Walthamstow, and it's a great space to come together. They've made a greenhouse out of windows that someone was changing in their house. It's a beautiful space, and so it's that kind of thing. There's so much kind of love and support. I think as well as coming and taking action, it's kind of being there for each other and made such great friends through it.
Thank you ever so much for sharing. So that was my opening interview, and you've really done me proud. Yourself and Wally have been fantastic. Enjoy the rest of the march and keep up the good work in Waltham Forest. That was Wally from Waltham Forest. For those that don't know, he was a greyhound, and Walthamstow Greyhound Track was a really famous greyhound track that was recently closed down. I did have an array of other people that wanted to speak on camera. Because there are so many people here, I've lost them, but not to worry, we'll find somebody else. The turnout is absolutely phenomenal. I can see at the front, the march is by Piccadilly Circus, and behind me, I think it stretches back around that corner to somewhere near Trafalgar Square. It really is an indication of the public support behind this action, behind this, the climate and ecological emergency, and how people are extraordinarily concerned. News coming out daily is concerning everybody. The floods in New York, 41 dead there. The drought in Canada, where there are reports that the price of food has gone up on the shelves as a result of that drought. The floods across Central Europe that we've seen recently, all attributed to the climate and ecological crisis. Hello ladies, Extinction Rebellion Live. Yeah. You want to say a few words? Yeah. This lovely lady wants to share her wisdom with us. Extinction Rebellion Live, the world is watching you.
Okay, just to make me feel relaxed, hey?
Do you feel relaxed?
I'm not too bad today, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm not relaxed.
No. All right, well, great to be speaking to you. I'm really pleased to be part of this march today. I am so pleased how well this rebellion's gone. It's been fabulous. I've had to have 2 days off just to have a rest, but I'm very surprised that I haven't been arrested, given I've done some slightly naughty things this last fortnight. But
Do you want to share them?
yeah, I'll do it.
Go for it.
So I've been locking on for 14 hours, guarding the pink table. I've been sleeping in the Science Museum overnight.
How was that?
It was such fun. It was such fun. Particularly after they opened the loos for us. We didn't have loos for 4 hours. That wasn't so much fun.
To be fair to them, it would have been a bigger problem had they not opened them. So I'm not sure it was the kind gesture that it comes across as.
No, it was an essential gesture once they knew we were staying. So we had a music workshop there and sang the evening away, which was just wonderful. So I've been on lots of marches and different things, but we also were naked in Science and Bank branches yesterday with messages saying vulnerable and morally bankrupt because HSBC and Barclays are killing the planet. So I have 2 lovely grandchildren, so I have to be here, don't I? Yeah. So what else do you want to know? It's just brilliant being here.
I'm glad that you've sort of portrayed how much fun it is being here, and the camaraderie and the friendship.
It's so important. It has been wonderful. That feeling of being together with lots of people is really, really great. I don't know, would you like to speak to my husband here?
Your husband?
Yes.
Does your husband want to say a few words?
Do you want to say a few words?
I'm all right. Well, you're on the spot now. You can't back out of it.
I've been doing all the same things she's been doing.
He didn't listen to you.
No.
How long have you been married?
No, it's all right. He sometimes does speak. It's okay. I've been part of Extinction Rebellion since Declaration Day on the 31st of October 2018. We took early retirement to join Extinction Rebellion. We could afford to do that.
Sorry, let me just interject there. You took early retirement to join in Extinction Rebellion. I mean, that's a real commitment.
To be a full-time rebel, yeah, and to help. So now we have to take a bit of time off to look after our grandkids, but basically this is what we do.
Just wow. Just wow, and from myself and everybody watching, thank you. Honestly, it's such a...
I have to do it. I have to do it for the planet, don't I? Because what gets me is I don't understand why everybody in London isn't on this march. That's what it should be, isn't it? You know, that I don't understand why they aren't with us. Because we're in such a dangerous, precarious state. And what does it say about the people on planet Earth now if they're not prepared to stand up and to fight for future generations? You know, I don't get it. I have to be here.
Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Bless you for what you're doing.
We're trying to get the message out there. For everybody watching who can't be here, please share. Please share on social media. Spread the word. Spread the love. I'm pretty much, well, I'm sort of 2/3 of the way back from the march, and I'm going to step to the side to give you an idea of the size. It's absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. At the top of your screen, you can see Piccadilly Circus, and that stretches all the way back. The turnout is absolutely phenomenal. stop the harm, as this banner says. Extinction Rebellion live. Who wants to go? Rebellion live. Talk to me.
Talk to you. What would you like to know or ask?
Surprise me.
Ooh. Right. I think sometimes there's it's quite hard for people that aren't part of the movement to get their heads around why we're doing it, or even to accept that we need to do it. And I think emotionally that can be quite a big step for some people. I think that when people maybe start to think about it, that they might start to feel like they have to lose their quality of life, or they might get really depressed. Actually, over the last 2 years, I've found the opposite. I've stopped as many as harmful things as I can, both in my home, in my life, and I've only felt better about it. My quality of life has only improved, and I feel empowered because I'm now on the streets and I'm doing something. Whereas if I'm sitting at home and feeling depressed about it, then I feel powerless. And I think that's the message, is to actually, it doesn't have to be all dreary, which sometimes I think the message can come across a bit wrong. But if you come out, do something you believe in, empower yourself, actually it can feel really great, and it can really invigorate you as a person. And you never know what it might lead to, but it's led to a lot of happiness and joy and friends, and great at easing my mental health as well. It's just really good to let it out. So I would encourage everybody to think about coming on the streets and protesting if that's something that they thought about. Do it, just do it.
That was brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
It really was, and I think it's such an important message, and the numbers here today are phenomenal. It's huge. And one thing that I've noticed is that in previous years there were hecklers, and we've hardly had any this year, and there seems to be a changing tide of opinion. I suspect it's on the backdrop of all the news, the flash floods in London, the flash storms in London, the floods across Europe, the drought in Canada. I think that's what's driving public opinion, and I think your message is one that a lot of people need to hear.
Well, yeah, it's becoming a bit more real. I think people are starting. I think people have known it deep down for a long time. For like 20 years, I've known that things aren't right, but we've been carried on doing the same things again and again. Our food has got pesticides in, our products in our kitchen have got, they're made of chemicals. Our candles give off carcinogens. Lots of this moisturising stuff is made out of petroleum. This stuff is in our homes, and I think we know deep down that something's not right. And it's come to that point now where the snowball is starting to gather pace, and people realise that maybe we need to start doing something. So yeah, just go for it. Just come out and protest. It's not scary at all. It's just a fun march. So all the stuff the newspaper tell you, because there's a lot of misinformation in the newspaper. In fact, the BBC hasn't reported anything about this rebellion since a week Wednesday, over a week and a half ago, and that's crazy. Whereas the BBC can't even report what's going on in the streets of London, then how can we trust what the BBC say? I find it. I was a staunch BBC supporter, and now I feel a bit let down by them, to be honest. I try not to watch the news, but I try to make sure I follow my interests, and I'm always learning. And so I'm very disappointed that especially the BBC aren't really doing their job reporting. So that's, you really have to worry about what's coming into your sphere of influence, what you're being told, what you're watching, because it does affect you. It really does. It affects If you're watching horror films all the time, you're going to feel that slight anxiety. If you're watching news the whole time, you're going to feel anxiety. So I think it's now been proven by scientists that you are going to get anxious watching the news, and you're going to feel depressed, and you're going to feel hopeless. So don't watch the news. Empower yourself and do something, and then you'll feel great, because, you know, we're all very happy people, actually.
Thank you ever so much.
No worries.
Genuinely, that was heartfelt, and I think it's something that people need to hear at the moment. So thank you so much for sharing. For those just joining us, Extinction Rebellion, it's the final day of action. We're walking to Hyde Park. We're approaching Piccadilly Circus. Anyone nearby, come and join in the fun. This gentleman caught my attention. He wants to say a few words. Extinction Rebellion Live. No second chances.
No second chances. Hi, Extinction Rebellion Live. I've been watching a lot of the coverage when I haven't been able to come up. It's been excellent on Extinction Rebellion Live, and it's really kept me in touch with what's going on. So that's absolutely fantastic. So well done to everybody on XR Live. It's absolutely brilliant.
Thank you ever so much for saying that. For those that don't know, there's a guy that speaks in our ear who goes by the name of Vlad. We call him the Oracle. He's the guy that makes all of this happen. So a big shout out to Vlad.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been fab. Vlad.
Vlad the Impaler.
So, tell us a little about why you're here, your motivation, your concerns.
I've got a lot of motivations here. Probably the biggest one is my daughter. I've got a 19-year-old daughter. I'm desperate for the world to be a good place for her in the future. I'm a research scientist by background. I'm actually a chemical engineer by background. So I know a lot of people who work in the oil industry through that profession, but I've done a lot of environmental research myself. There's absolutely no doubt that we are in a calamitous situation. We've been in a calamitous situation for a good couple of decades, and at last people seem to be waking up to it. Extinction Rebellion are doing such a fantastic job to bring this to the people and just putting it on the table and making people aware that this is something that we need to deal with now. I get very involved in the science, very involved in trying to understand the problem and trying to put it into the context of what is stopping the establishment taking on the reality that we're facing a cataclysm further down the line, and there just doesn't seem to be any meaningful action taken. We know the targets are there. I've got to applaud the government for putting targets down. Targets are targets, great. We're the world leaders in targets. We're not the world leaders in action. And we need to see things done. I sit and look at some of the details of things like the sixth carbon budget from the Climate Change Committee, the IPCC report, the International Energy Agency report. The numbers in there are absolutely terrifying when you think about what's got to be done. And they're terrifying because so much has to happen so quickly, and the reality is nothing is happening at the moment.
Solutions, ideas?
Well, this would be a start. Stop the harm. The simplest thing we can ask the government to do, the most straightforward. Just don't do anything new. Just don't do the new stuff. You know, it's straightforward. We haven't started it yet. That's not even an act. It's a non-act. Just don't do it. You know, it's just so straightforward and common sense to take that step to no new oil, no new gas, no new coal, keep it in the ground. We recognise that there's going to be some transition. We're not going to stop burning fossil fuels tomorrow, but surely we've got the common sense to not make it that we're creating a whole load more of these resources that we're going to burn for decades and decades to come and trash my daughter's future life.
I think that's going to be hard to top. Don't do anything new. It couldn't really be any simpler, could it? Thank you ever so much for sharing. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your march.
Interview the bird, that's what I want.
Interview the bird.
Bird.
This gentleman has insisted that I interviewed the bird, who is his wife.
Sorry, did that hurt your is?
No, it's fine.
So I call myself Every Bird. Thank you. I call myself Every Bird. And that's so I can come out with this costume. And on there is all the birds that are on the red list by the Royal Society of British Birds. Has listed all of these birds. I don't know how many there are, but lots, about 100. And we should walk, yes, I can see you. And so this bird, Every Bird, wants us to look after all the birds that ever were and all the birds that will ever be.
Thank you very much. Thank you ever so much for sharing. The husband and wife there, both speaking on camera. It really is a family affair. Lots of families out here today and every day. We're just approaching Piccadilly Circus. There are so many people here. The reporters, we can't even see each other. I'm told in my ear that Kay, and I have no idea where she's on this march, has got an interview. So I pass across to Kay. Can you hear me?
Hello Rebels watching at home. Wow, it's been 2 weeks and we're still here on the streets of London. I am just overbrimming with love and joy and excitement and just overwhelmed with how much energy these rebels have been putting in for 2 weeks. Today is the March for Nature, so it's all about nature defending itself. We're celebrating all life on Earth, not just human life, but all animal life on Earth. And we're here with loads of representatives from all of our sister groups. So we've got Amazon's Rebellion at the lead, we've got HS2 Rebellion here to protect the trees, we've got Plastics Rebellion, Oceans Rebellion, Stop HS2 are here. I can't even name them all, there's so many. It's just an incredible atmosphere, so much colour, so many costumes, and they're giving me a butterfly hat, so I'm going to go back in and dance. Thank you.
Hi again everyone, just fumbling for my microphone here. So we're about an hour in, or maybe less, it feels like more. So many amazing, I'm just blown away by the creativity as usual of people here. Oh my god, I can hardly hear myself think. So much creativity of the banners, the costumes, the music. It's but like my co-presenters were saying, this is a really serious cause here. Nature is being depleted at just a phenomenal rate, and it's really, really scary. It's scary because nature supports all of our life. It helps cycle the nutrients through the system. It helps purify our water, purify our air, suck up the pollution. And you're losing species at a huge rate as well, which help pollinate our crops. Everyone here is scared that depletion of nature is going to lead to our depletion of nature is going to lead to our downfall, but we're also really, really angry that this has been allowed to happen for decades, and we are in such a dire state now because it's been ignored and it's even been encouraged in order to make profits. We've spoken to Ocean Rebellion earlier, who are showing that they're showing how the seas are being just raped, pillaged of marine life, and seas are so important in sucking up our carbon dioxide, and that's a huge amount of our carbon store sinks in the oceans, and there's so much we don't know about the oceans because of we don't live on them, they're mysterious places, and we are, by getting rid of biodiversity, we are decreasing our abilities to combat climate change. I think we're going to be talking about a lot of indigenous peoples and indigenous species today. The amount of our pharmacopoeia, which means that are medicines that come from tropical plants, for example, or Mediterranean plants, wild plants that exist in places that indigenous peoples inhabit, is just immense. And by deforesting the Amazon, we are actually unwittingly getting rid of, eradicating species that are going to be, that could be used for drugs to treat illnesses. And there is a huge amount of controversy around that as well, actually, because often this is again what we're talking about, indigenous peoples, frontline communities being sidelined for profit. Often when those drugs are made, people who gave the knowledge in the first place to the pharmaceutical companies are not compensated properly for that. So huge amounts, just so much overlap between issues here. Actually very difficult to like describe it and talk about it while we've got samba drums in the background and trying to dodge police officers and traffic as well. But people have been doing a really good job of it, I have to say, listening into the interviews. So I'm going to try and find some people who might be able to speak about this from their personal experiences and their personal specialisms a lot better than I can. So I'm going to turn the camera around now and let's try and find some people to speak to about why they're here today. Hi there.
Hi.
Would you like to speak on the Extinction Rebellion live stream?
I can, yes.
Hi, can I turn around the camera because you've got a great banner here.
We are demanding the impossible.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, it really means that we've got a really difficult battle to face with climate change, and we have to put absolutely everything towards it, and we can do it when we put our minds towards it. We've shown that with our response to COVID globally, and this is the crisis that we really need to be focusing on.
Is there any aspect of nature that's brought you here today that you feel very strongly about?
Any aspect of nature? It's
Yes.
a loss of biodiversity, really. We're seeing less and less creatures. So the creatures that I saw growing up as a child, the insects, we don't see them in the same way now. And this is a really serious problem for all of humanity and all of nature. Once those creatures, once those plants, those living environments are gone, we can't get them back. And so we need to protect every inch of space and really, plant and care for our environment and love it in the way that we have done in years gone by, and indigenous communities do. They can show us the way.
It's fantastic to see like the diversity of groups here and people like representing different species and different sort of aspects of this crisis. Is there anything that's kind of struck you that you've learned over the time you've been here this week that you weren't aware of before to do with the climate and ecological emergency?
I think, I suppose the main thing for me is that I think movements like this are getting the issue of climate change into the mainstream. And I think this is a growing movement. We're seeing more and more people recognising Extinction Rebellion and supporting its causes because people are seeing it in front of their eyes. We've got the floods in New York a couple of days ago, another example that can't be avoided really. So,
what would you say the mood is like here today?
It's just lovely being here and lovely to just see people who really care so passionately about something. And we're here for everyone. We're not here for ourselves. But I think generally speaking to people, it's that feeling of solidarity and hope, because sometimes it can feel very overwhelming and hopeless when faced with such a big problem. But actually, when you collect together, you can do big things. And that's the kind of feeling that I come away from, and other people come away from days like this with.
So hopeful, you'd say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks very much for talking. I'm going to start walking the right way round now. Have a great day. So it's really nice to hear that people are feeling hopeful from this march, coming together with other people who are so passionate and so kind of distraught about what they're seeing happening to the environment is something that I don't want to speak for everybody, but certainly people that I know and have come across in the movement feel like often for years they've been sort of hand-wringing about what's going on around them in the natural world, and things that are made everyday acts of violence towards nature that have been normalized, and they can't see how this can be something that we accept. And then when you join together with like-minded people, that gives you such a feeling of empowerment. And look what we're doing. We're out on the streets of London. We are blocking a road. Not that we want to disrupt anybody's day, really, but we don't see any other way of getting a point across, which is that we are stuck in a toxic system which needs desperate change. And our immediate demand, this rebellion, as those of you who are regular viewers will know by now, is that the government must stop all new fossil fuel investment now. Believe it or not, they are actually just about to put through approval for a new oil field off the northern coast of Scotland called the Cambo oil field. There's a coal mine. There's a coal mine that's going to go ahead in Cumbria, we think, despite us having a pledge to go net zero by 2050. I mean, how does that even figure with promises? It's mind-boggling. And like we were saying before, HS2 is such a big sort of gouge down through the landscape. We have to stop fossil fuel investment now. And the climate emergency, which we've talked about a lot of the week, and the ecological emergency, which is our species decline due to overconsumption, basically, and are living on many more Earths than we can actually afford to in the global north. It all links up with the idea of solidarity for those poorer people in the world who, I think, as Enda was saying earlier, they don't have access to the kind of resources that we have in this part of the world, in terms of, we're suffering a lot of food shortages now in the world in general because of weather's hotting up in some places. This year, any of you who've gardens at home or have anything to do with looking at nature, you'll know that we've had, not a lot of rain recently. It's not been very warm. For summertime, weather's in flux, which means our crops are not growing as they should. We're not feeling the effects of that yet, because we can still import our food from Spain, the huge growing areas out there, really damaging to the environment, but we can still get it. We can still get our food from all over the world, really. But those communities in which the food is being grown, they don't often have that kind of, they can't draw on those huge resources of things being freighted in for them. And there are famines in Madagascar at the moment, terrible famines, and even in Afghanistan, where we've seen such terrible news of the Taliban taking over, and that country is just going to be, everything's going to change now for people living there. The situation is actually going to be made worse by climate change there, where they're suffering water shortages in their in rural areas especially, and making them more vulnerable to political change and political flux. So it's all connected. It's all connected, and we're standing in solidarity with people in the global south, and indeed our fellow activists. As a live streamer, I've actually been in touch quite recently with people from Argentina and Colombia who've wanted to have their say on UK live streams, which has been a really humbling experience, and they've received death threats, people coming in to try and do them harm from armed groups. It's absolutely appalling, and people who are standing up for their rights in different parts of the world, in South America especially, also in South Asia, they are frequently murdered. For example, we had our pink boat in, I think, 2019 in April, was called Berta Cáceres, after a Guatemalan activist who was murdered. We're very lucky here to be able to have just about the right to protest peacefully on the streets without being interfered with. or have fear for our lives. And that obviously, there are still huge problems with how police treat us, especially with people from different ethnic backgrounds and of people different gender orientations and more. But we're still relatively lucky compared to those communities in the global south. So we're trying to make our voices heard and make our voices heard for them. And lots of different voices here today on the march too. We've taken a short pause. We're a little bit away from the samba band, so I think it'd be a great time to talk to a few more people. As we watch, I'm not quite sure what has stopped us here, but let's see if we can speak to anybody. Hi there, how are you?
Thank you, thank you.
Would you like to say anything to the XR UK live stream about why you're here today? No, that's fine. Have a great day though. Maybe we can talk to some of these clownfish. Hi there. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Would you like to talk to Extinction Rebellion Facebook about why you're here today?
Not really.
No? That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Not being on film, really.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. So we have some people who don't want to talk, and that's absolutely fine. Usually I'd be trying to find people while I'm off camera. Let's see if it's very difficult to hear as well. That's a problem. Hello. Would you like to say anything to Facebook for Extinction Rebellion about why you're here today, or anything about how you're finding the day? Okay, let's just get out of the way of this flag. Hi there.
Hi. I feel a little shy now. Yeah, it's a lovely atmosphere here. It feels quite emotional to be around so many like-minded people who are really passionate about the environment.
Are you from an Extinction Rebellion group, or have you just come today to kind of dip your toe?
I'm not part of any groups. I get the emails. I don't know if that makes me an official member, but...
well, we don't really have official members, I suppose, do we?
Yeah. Yeah. But this is the first protest that my partner and I have actually taken part in, and yeah.
Oh, well, welcome.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't do it sooner.
It's a nice way to get involved on a march, I think, because you can soak up the atmosphere and the different groups as well. What's impressed you the most about today?
Maybe the atmosphere. Like, it just feels really welcoming and nice, and everyone's really friendly. I think that has impressed me the most, because I already knew you guys had impressive sculptures and things like that.
Yeah. Yes, we are well known for that. Yeah. And is there any particular aspect of nature that you know about, you feel really strongly about, which has brought you here today?
So the destruction of animal habitats. I'm a huge animal lover, I'm vegan, help out at my local animal sanctuary. That's the thing that makes me the most upset. Obviously we're all vulnerable to these changes, but yeah, that's the thing that gets me the most emotionally.
And I don't have my notes on me, but we keep getting, they're in my bag, we keep getting reports about how much, the majority of terrestrial habitats, for example, marine environments and streams are degraded, seriously degraded. How does that make you feel when you think about future generations?
I can't really put it into words. It makes me very scared. I started doing this with my hands when you were saying that, because it makes me anxious. I don't.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I find it hard to imagine the future and what it will be like.
Is there anything else that you'd like to say about when you don't have the flag in your face?
That it is easier to make changes than you might think, and it's easier to go meat-free or plant-based than you think, and it makes such a big impact.
Yeah, so I was on the, were you on the vegan march, the animal rights march the other day?
We missed it this year because we were away, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, so I was, yeah, that's a shame. It was really good, because I live streamed that one as well, and people were saying, it's the most, it's the most impactful thing that you can do. So we're trying to obviously affect system change, aren't we? But when you think about individually, if you want to make an impact, And so, yeah, I mean, do you have any tips for people about how they could go about that as a vegan?
I don't know, I was brought up vegetarian and my partner was as well, so it was an easier transition for us, but I guess just like joining different groups and speaking to people, and if you've got a certain meal that you like, just looking for the vegan alternative, and you're not going to miss out on any food. There's a vegan alternative for everything now.
And meanwhile, you're taking away your contribution to animal agriculture, which is hugely like polluting and destructive to ecosystems, isn't it? So yeah, although intensive plant production can be problematic as well, but you have to make the cuts where you can, right?
True. And I think a lot of people say like, oh, soy farm, that also takes up, or not a soy farm, but growing soy takes up a lot of space, but a lot of that is going to feed livestock anyway, so just cut out the middleman or the middle cow and just eat the soy instead.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. And thanks for coming. I'll just encourage anybody else who's thinking of coming, sort of weighing up the pros and the cons, just come and join us, right? Because it's such a welcoming atmosphere, as you just said. So yeah, thanks for contributing. You too. So as you can see, people brought here from all kind of experiences, from veganism and from people who are supporting solidarity movements through the world. It's so nice to kind of have those links between people who from the global south who can come here and really educate us about their struggles. I'm going to hand over to another presenter now, so he can talk because he's somewhere else in the march, and get our perspectives from down that way. Okay, I've been told that the internet over there is actually quite poor, so that's okay. Let's see. I'm going to just do a little walk through here for you, since I've not been eyeballed by the police. Let's just see how things are shaping up here as we come down Regent Street. I can't stand by and watch more species go extinct. Yeah, that's the bottom line, isn't it? That's the bottom line. Report after report telling us that nature is severely, severely degraded. The last big one was 2019. And it was called the UN IPBES report, which is the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And it said 75% of our terrestrial environments, 40% of marine environments, and 50% of our streams have severe impacts of degradation. And that is just a shocking, shocking figure. How could we have allowed that to happen?
We turn left, don't we?
And a lot of people just don't see the environment as something that is linked to us, and they think that we can just, we're going to make our way out of it. But in the end, these are the systems that are going to provide the buffer against climate change. And if we harm nature, we harm ourselves. And it's already happening. We've got some pollinators here. Actually, maybe we can speak to some of our bee people about pollinators. It's obviously something that's very much in the news on a regular basis about how using neonicotinoids and other insecticides are reducing our pollinator numbers, and so therefore so many plants that we eat and that other species eat will decline because they can't be pollinated, they can't reproduce. It's very, very scary. So we've got actually people that are making money from sending bee packs around to farms, and then in China they hand pollinate a lot of their crops now, hand pollinated by people because they don't have the insects to do that anymore. So let's see if we can talk to somebody about bees. Hello. Hello, bee people. Hello. Would anybody like to talk to me about your bees? I'm just talking on the XR UK live stream about pollinators. Would you like to say anything about what the bees represent and why you're scared about losing them?
What bees represent to me is the chance that we've got to actually save them. I think there are something like only 25 species of bees in the UK, and worldwide there are something like 20,000 species, and these are all under threat. And if we lose bees, we'll lose the ability to pollinate food. If we lose the ability to make things like grain and other food that we eat, we'll lose that food, and then we'll lose our lives.
Absolutely. Something that a lot of people don't realise is that there's, like you said, thousands of species out there. The honeybee is but one, right? There's lots of other sort of minor bees, solitary bees.
Oh yes, that's right. I don't know the smaller species of bees, but yes, you're right. The honeybee is only one, and there are other bees that do just as good pollination work as the honeybees.
In fact, I've read an article recently was saying there's so much, like, a lot of people are doing urban beekeeping now, and it's like a big trend, but actually that's kind of destabilizing the populations of these other bees that we need.
Sorry, I can't comment on that.
No. But it's quite, it just shows that we really need to be aware of, oh, sorry, I'm just watching the road. We need to be a bit aware of the bigger picture rather than just sort of, it's an easy one, isn't it? Save the bees, a bit like plant trees. Something that politicians can say easily.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, it's easy for politicians to easily say things, but what actually we need is action. I mean, you'll hear it time and again on this march. What we actually need is action. So, yeah, it's nice, obviously, that people are, starting to make their own hives, look after bees, and produce bees, not just for the honey, but for the work that the bees do. But what we need are more hedgerows. What we need are more wild spaces where all the other species that aren't honeybees can go, and they can breed, and they can live, and they can do their work.
Absolutely. Another reason why what we're talking about, like preserving habitats, the entirety of the habitat is so important, because it's all the food chains work together, don't they, to create this kind of resilience.
The bees are a very, very big part of the food chain because of the tasks they perform. And I don't mean making honey, I mean pollination. So.
Absolutely. Have you been here many days this week or this fortnight?
No, I haven't. No, this is the only time I've been on any action. Yeah.
Well, what a great day to come up. How are you finding the atmosphere here today?
Oh, it's brilliant. Everybody's friendly, and everybody goes, "Love your bee. Did you make it yourself?" And I go, "No."
Who did make it? Because it's absolutely beautiful.
Apparently it was made, or the three of them. I don't know where one of us is there. Apparently they were made by a props company. So that's why they're so good. Are those, you notice, mine's got a hurt paw, look.
Oh, oh dear. There's lots of obstacles around here.
My bee was like that when I was giving it.
Oh, was it? Okay. Maybe it's symbolic.
Just the worker bee. My queen bees are behind me.
Okay.
Anyway.
Thank you so much for talking to XR UK.
Okay. All right, thank you.
There we go. So the bees made by a prop company. Oh Lord, almost fell over there. And if we've seen, I'm losing track of what we covered already. But so we've had the pollinators, and now the fish as well, marine species. Just let people read that a little bit. Oh yeah, this is one of the absolutely just scandalous ones about, we're talking about salmon farming and often agriculture in general. You have to feed this tons of tiny fish that are being farmed in order to feed the bigger fish. And not always farmed actually, they're actually being sort of scooped out of the sea to go into farms, so that you've got like an entire level of the ecosystem just being wiped out in the wilds, which is just like devastating for the populations. So there are more bees.
Oh, you've got one. She's already got one.
There's so many aspects to so many aspects of of this nature march to really talk about, and I suppose like my own personal advice for anybody who's feeling a bit overwhelmed by it all, especially if you don't have like a lot of access to nature yourself and you're feeling like, you know, you don't perhaps have a real barometer for what species are, you know, what the species level is at in your area, then, you know, I'd say start small. Like even if you've just got a little backyard space or even outside your window, you can usually see some birds, and just reading about these birds and sort of just looking at them and noticing some of their habits can be, if you give it a bit of practice, it can be really enlightening just to sort of try and understand a little bit about how different species apart from us interact, you know, with one another, and see their social behaviors or not, or their feeding behaviors. There's so many great documentaries out there you can watch about nature as well, but the main thing is to get out in it if you can, or you can even grow like little herbs on your windowsill. You can take lettuce from the supermarket and you can cut off all the leaves and just sort of put the stem into a glass of water. I've done that before. I'm an educator, so I've done that with kids before, and you can like watch it regrow, and it's just great to have some nature in your home or near it. And yeah, if you feel like we do, that nature needs protecting. You know, a lot of us have spent months and years donating to wildlife charities, but actually getting out here we feel is a way of bringing us together, and also sending a really clear message to the media and to government to say stop the harm for all these species that, you know, really they have just as much right to be here as us, and they've had no say in having their homes taken away from them, you know, bulldozed, destroyed, and then themselves being hunted for our, like, the consumption of the huge mass of humanity we now have on the planet. So we really want to stand up for them, and we're hoping this is going to do some good. So please share this stream of the last day of the Impossible Rebellion. It's day 13. We're all dead tired. Certainly on the live streaming team, and I just want to do like a little shout out to all the people who've been helping us, because it's been a really hard slog, but we've enjoyed it, and we've enjoyed bringing the stories of Extinction Rebellion to you, to people who can't attend themselves, and maybe to people who didn't know a bit about it before and wanted to find out from the horse's mouth, as it were, rather than from the mainstream newspapers. I'm going to take a little break now. I'm going to hand over to another of our presenters, but I will see you again probably before the end of the march.
We're here to march, and I'm here with my 3 daughters. They're over there. And yeah, we hope to. I was here on the first day of action 2 weeks ago, and that was pretty amazing without the kids. And I thought, or that made me aware of we need to do more. And I wanted to get my kids involved, and that's why I think this is amazing. And the kids, more and more people seem to be coming, and I hope more will still come, and that it's going to be peaceful. There's quite a lot of police already, but I hope it's going to be a lot of fun, although it's such a serious topic, and I think we need to do more of it, and that's it.
Death by increments, and without them dead creatures would exist forever, and we would wade through corpses with every step we took. They do not take the title of angels, being by nature bashful and unassuming. They go by other names: firefly, bee, ant, caddisfly. We humans, it seems, value unreal angels more than the priceless reality of insects. A secret commonwealth, the insect realm encompasses more species than we have identified. Hidden in their very tininess, they are, together, a gigantic collective of goodness, dancing in constant attendance to living things. The insects pollinate 3/4 of our food crops and 80% of wild flowering plants. Insects keep the soil healthy, recycling nutrients. From their actions flow the countless forms of life, from the apple blossom to bread and roses and the silver salmon. Indeed, everything that has ever flowered and ever will. And from physical life flows everything to be treasured in human life, from existence itself to the highest of the arts. It is thanks to the insects that we owe the flowering of plants and the flowering of culture. No insects, no Mozart.
No insects, no Mozart. Without the Beatles, we would have no Beatles. Imagining a world without wings fills me with inconsolable sorrow. A wren, hungry and songless, a swift, dropping to its death, the air emptied of life. Without insects and birds, we rob ourselves of all that flight represents. The wings of mind, the flight of imagination, the mother of empathy.
Fire engine coming in, so people are just standing up to make way. Oh, but it's turning left. Just listening to some sounds from nature here to pay homage to the species that have been pushed out of their natural habitats. For instance, the wolf, which is actually recolonizing areas of Europe. gradually, but has huge conflict with sheep farmers as it tries to come back to its old mountain range homes after being exterminated in the 19th and 20th centuries. So life is returning, and we've heard some speeches today about rewilding, which is really quite an inspirational movement of reappropriating old farmland whose agricultural value has been washed away by intensive agriculture, and then so-called scrubland areas and areas that used to be very rich biodiverse areas are being restored, and in some cases species being actively returned to them to try and rebalance nature and leave it alone. Strange here to be hearing animal sounds in the middle of the city, in the middle of the sort of commercial capital of one of the most rich countries on earth, where we've insulated ourselves from nature. Apart from a few poxy trees lining the streets, this is about as far away from a savanna or a lowland jungle or an ancient woodland of broadleaf deciduous trees as you could get. But this is all part of nature. We're all standing on the shoulders of nature to survive here, for our food, our water, and for the materials that make all of the everything that we use comes from nature, even the non-organic parts. I think we're about to have a sort of solemn dirge here in remembrance of all the species that have gone extinct, all the individual animals that have died as a result of human interference.
becoming more and more apparent, isn't it, that the consequences of climate change is happening now. There have been wildfires, floods, you know, even just the past week we've seen New York flooded. So there's catastrophic effects of climate change are happening now, and we really need to draw everyone's attention to that. People are becoming more and more aware, but you know, I'm here today to kind of to be present at what I think is, you know, the most important thing, most important issue that we could, you know, that we could be drawing attention to right now. And you know, a species goes extinct every 5 minutes. We're losing wildlife, we're losing flora and fauna at really alarming rate. So we want to draw attention to that as well by coming.
Are you here with anybody?
Yes, I'm here with my daughter and my friend and her son. And it's obviously, you know, it's going to be their generation that are going to be coping with the consequences of today's inaction and our government's inaction. So it's really important that, for me, that we engage them with this as well.
And I'm tired of being robbed of my dreams of the future. My future has been gambled for the sake of profit and oil by the people in there, by the people in Whitehall, by the people in Downing Street. My future has been ruined by that. All of you young people, this is what they have done to us. They have taken it away from us. I want to grow old. I want to live a long, happy life. I want to be able to access the medication I need to survive, but I don't have that right now. So please, to every person here, fight for me, fight for your children, fight for every child you know, because we are not the ones in power. We don't get to make the decisions, yet it is us who will pay. It is us who will pay the price of your mistakes. So please, stand up, rise up, fight for us, because God knows we will fight for ourselves, but we need you too. Thank you.
I just want to really thank you for being here and to say that it does make a difference, that this rebellion is exactly the most important place to be right now, and you are here and part of it. And history will judge the people who are prepared to put their bodies in the place of where their minds are too, and their heads. If you're prepared to put your body on the ground as well, then I think history and future generations will look back and thank you for that, because we are all of us doing whatever we can to make sure that there is a livable future for our kids, their kids, kids right across the world. We say no to the kind of deathly politics coming from our politicians, coming from the Bank of England that continues to fund fossil fuels, even though they know the damage that they are doing. So, my friends, we are the people that we've been waiting for. Thank you for being here, and we're going to go on being here until we have a future for our kids. Thank you.
Extinction Rebellion, Oxford Circus.
Great coverage.
It's the final day.
Great coverage yesterday.
Sorry, thank you very much. There's somebody in my ear saying great coverage. Do you want to get on? No, he's got a bit of camera shy. Extinction Rebellion, Oxford Circus. It's the final day of action. We're walking from Trafalgar Square, making our way to Hyde Park, just turning the corner at Oxford Circus. As I said earlier, the turnout is just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Ah, this midwife's waving. Thank you for waving at me.
Yes.
You also waved at the world.
Yes.
Because you're live. You're live. You want to say a few words? So, I was with this lady last night because we were at the police station because some doctors who had been arrested as part of the JP Morgan action were being released. And I had to leave by about 9. I don't know when they got released.
5 a.m. Yes, they got released 5 a.m. this morning, so it was really brilliant. We did have one of our group from Extinction Rebellion Doctors from XR, who was there, who did the night shift, and the arrestee support at Charing Cross, which was brilliant. So they're fine.
I'm sure most people know about it, but do you want to ever so briefly tell us about the action yesterday outside JP Morgan?
Yes, it was an action that was done by the doctors of Extinction Rebellion, and it also includes nurses and midwives and other healthcare professionals. I'm a midwife. And we planned this action. We wanted to target JP Morgan because it's the worst bank in the world in terms of the amount that it funds and underwrites of fossil fuels, especially for indigenous people and just worldwide. It's massive, it's just massive. And the harm that creates, and the health harm. So we were really highlighting that. And we did a die-in of all these health professionals outside JP Morgan's bank in Canary Wharf, just like the centre of that very, very high-rise glass and steel building. And we were targeting it in terms of Stop the Harm and Code Red. So that's referring to the IPCC report about Guterres saying it's Code Red for humanity. So I was chalk spraying actually Code Red on the ground and around. And my colleagues, we were all lying down, dying in. And then we got picked off by the security. And it was quite upsetting and challenging to witness the way that healthcare professionals were treated by this massive, great big corporation. But yeah, it was really positive, and we hope to continue our like a sort of ongoing building relationship to see if bank that's called is saying that they should stop being laggards and be leaders. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for sharing, and thank you for taking part in that action yesterday. Extinction Rebellion.
I won't say no to her, but I'll just like put it down, It's up to like 8 seconds now.
you just wait a second, please?
We are Dr. Spraxar, and we're here because JP Morgan is the #1 investor for fossil fuels. It's absolutely ridiculous. They've got greenwashing on their site saying that they are in accordance with the Paris agreements, but they're not. This climate emergency is a health emergency, and we as healthcare professionals feel that it is our duty to do something about this, so that's why we're here.
So if I was in my clinic and I saw a child being harmed in this way, and I knew the individuals responsible, I would consider them guilty. And that is why we are here today, to hold JP Morgan Chase accountable for the abuse and neglect of almost an entire generation of children around the world.
So this lady, one of the healthcare professionals, is trying to speak. This is security from Canary Wharf. And what we're seeing right now is surgeons being manhandled. Is this how you feel doctors should be treated?
This man is hurting me. I'm here because I'm a healthcare professional. I'm really worried about what's happening to my patients.
Can I stand up, please? Thank you.
Colleagues just round
Now,
the
if you
corner.
didn't hear that, she said, I'm here because I'm worried about the health of my patients, and this man is hurting me.
People dying every year from fossil fuel pollution, and I have a duty of care to my patients. It is really important that we stop fossil fuel pollution. This is a code red climate emergency. I have a duty of care to my patients. I am not leaving until that duty of care is acknowledged by JP Morgan. I am not going, and you are hurting me. I am a nurse. My name is Maggie Fay, and I am an NMC registered dementia specialist nurse. Many people die every year from dementia because of fossil fuel pollution. I'm going back.
This is outrageous. This is embarrassing. What an embarrassment to JP Morgan. What a state of a company. I'm absolutely appalled. These people that are dragging these people away from here rely on our medical services to be able to thrive in this world, and yet they are ignoring their critical warning that everybody is at risk if we do not do something. This is absolutely abhorrent.
For those watching, I think we've been having a few connection problems. We're on Oxford Street, between Oxford Circus and Bond Street. It's the final day of action. It's been a long week, well, long 2 weeks. You heard the lady earlier on talking about the IPCC report that have said we're in a code red situation. A bit of background on that. The IPCC is a group of scientists who are in endorsed by the world's governments. They've issued a code red for humanity, warning of increasingly extreme heat waves, droughts in Canada, and a lot of that, the price of food on the shelves in Canada has risen substantially. Extinction Rebellion Live. You want to say something? Talk to me.
How are you? How's everybody?
Everybody is at home, around the world, on the edge of their seats.
Joining us, everybody out there in YouTube and live land. I'd just like to say thank you for your presence coming to this march. I'm thanking everybody in gratitude for coming to this march. This march is colour, life and rebelling for life. If you want to join us, please do. We are welcoming movement of movements. We need to change the system.
When you say you want to change the system, tell me more.
Well, the politics at the moment is very divisive. It encourages loyalty. If you haven't really changed your politics in the last 20 years, you really aren't looking at how the world is operating. The world is operating for 1% of humanity. They are the richest, they are the greediest, and they produce the most carbon. We are more powerful. We really are more powerful than those 1%, and we want to talk to those 1%. We want those 1% to come around the table and talk to us about the future of how we can all live together and not break this world.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. We've got the pink octopus in front of us. Extinction Rebellion Live. Who wants to go?
I've spoken. This world wants.
Extinction Rebellion Live. Extinction Rebellion Live.
Yep.
The world is watching.
Okay. My name's Helen. I'm here in London today and I'm marching for life, for humanity and for all the creatures of the world. And I feel that I'm here because there are, the trees can't represent themselves, the oceans can't represent themselves, the creatures need us to speak for them. And I just want my voice to be heard.
Can you tell us a little about your major concerns? I'm sure there's more than one.
Yeah, there are plenty. I mean, I have two children. I have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I'm genuinely frightened for what their future might be like. And I think a lot of us were kind of expecting that the really extreme consequences of the climate breakdown were still a way off. And now I fear that they're going to be coming in my lifetime. They're certainly coming in my children's lifetime. And I'm very conscious that my children are here in London, in the developed world. There are billions of children all over the world who are at risk right now of terrifying climate breakdown. And I feel that I just want to stand up for all the people who can't be here as well, because we have a duty. It's already an emergency.
Yeah, it really is already an emergency. The big frustration, I think, for everybody here is the lack of action by governments. And on the back of the IPCC report, it's kind of mind-boggling that governments don't want to do anything.
It is, and I think that's the public mood, I think, has really shifted this summer. I've had a lot of conversations during Rebellion with people round and about, and everybody gets it now. On the back of that report, wildfires all over Europe, the heat dome in North America, people really get it. And I think the staggering thing is, why is there not more real action from the politicians? It's very frustrating, and that's, I think everybody needs to stand up and rebel and say enough is enough. We all get this now. We need proper action, not greenwashing.
My theory is the politicians are just concerned with making it to the end of their 4-year term and maybe beyond. No one's thinking anything beyond that.
Yeah, I think that's a fundamental problem, isn't it? The short-term political cycle. This is a problem and a crisis that requires everybody to look a little bit beyond their own short-term interests. And our politicians are not doing that at all. That's why we need to hold them to account.
Absolutely. And you talk of a crisis. COVID showed us what governments can do in a crisis.
That's how we've seen that all those, people are more interested in what's happening now. They don't want to pay for it. And actually, we've seen what can be achieved when governments have to respond in a very proactive way. So we know they can do it. Now we just need to demand that they do.
Thank you ever so much for sharing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding this wonderful banner. Let me just behind you. We've got these rebels supporting the pink octopus. This gentleman. How you doing?
In Tower Hamlets 2 years ago, for the rebellion 2 years ago. Was for the and I mean, obviously the whole thing with all the oceans is that between 40 and 60 or more % of the oxygen that we all breathe comes from the oceans. So life in the oceans is really important. An octopi around, they broke away from in the chain of
we're gonna change it all. We're heading towards extinction, but we're gonna rebel. We need you to wake up. Either fight for Earth or get ready for hell. And the temperature gets higher and gets higher each and every day. And those who are most innocent will be the first to pay. So when your kids look into your eyes, what are you gonna say? Extinction Rebellion. We will fight for survival. We will fight your inaction. We will fight your denial. We wanna hear about it. Every climate expert has something to say. Everyone knows about it, but they all keep pretending everything's still okay. And the oceans keep on rising and keep rising, but so do we. So either we rebel or we all drown in sea. So when your kids look into your eyes, what are they gonna see? Extinction Rebellion. We will fight for survival. We will fight your
We're thinking that we might just have to branch off now because none of these side roads are any good. And there's loads of police. And like branches. Just got a lady with us who's doing the photography as well if she's still around. There's not really anywhere good around here.
Oh, okay. Hi everyone. We're back. You're back with me at the front of the march. We're getting towards Hyde Park now. I can see the end of Oxford Street, and we've had an amazing few hours going through the streets of London, talking to a lot of different people. I was wondering if, I was wondering if I could talk to you on the XR live stream. Yeah, okay, so hi, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Sam from West Papua, which is the second biggest rainforest in the world after Amazon and Congo. We are here in solidarity with all the indigenous people worldwide, and also in collaborate with the Extinction Rebellion, because only we live in one world, which is our mother cry. It's mother cry, and no one will do something. We are here to make a change for the, not for the our, but for the future of generation for this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could you tell me a little bit about your struggles in West Papua?
West Papua, we struggle against the Indonesia colonization. Same thing what happened in Palestine, who are struggling against the Israeli. Also my brother and sister in the Western Sahara against the Moroccan colonization. Also same struggle been happening in Philippines with against the tyranny government, who are trying to dismantle every activist from standing solidarity with the indigenous right. So we are here not only West Papua, freedom for West Papua, Palestine, and also Kashmiri, but also indigenous right, which is against the Bolsonaro genocide against our brother and sister in Amazonia. So today here, not for the British people, not for the Australian, but all the indigenous people worldwide. So we are here on the street to show we are still love our. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would you be able to say anything about nature? Because it's a nature march day, nature in West Papua. What's going on there?
For us, West Papua, land is our mother. The nature is our mother. Where we born, and when we die, we'll go back to the nature. If we want that this world will exist, we need to sacrifice and help and save our mother earth, because that's where every human being belongs, and that's where every human being will go and die. So if we want that this world will exist, we need to our mother cry.
Raise your voice across the land. Raise your voice.
Yeah, mate.
Raise your voice. Raise your voice. Raise your voice and make a stand. Raise your voice.
Yeah, well, it's fine. Hi folks, apologies, we're having a bit of internet trouble. We're walking down Oxford Street now, we came up past Hamleys, and then I think everyone's internet on the live stream team just started cutting out or breaking up, so apologies that the signal has dropped. Not quite sure what's happened there. It's one of those things where we can all see we've got 4G, but no, we can actually connect. But I'm at the front of the march now, and whilst I was offline I took a bit of a walk all the way from the back of the march, and it's back down at Piccadilly Circus, all the way to the front of the march, and I'll revise my earlier estimate of hundreds of people. I think we've got thousands of rebels out on the streets, rebels and other movements. So of course we've got a movement of movements, we've seen a few, and some of them have been interviewed on the live stream today. Hello, I'll say hello. James, joining you again from Oxford Circus, Oxford Street. We've been through Oxford Circus, where of course we had an occupation with the Pink Boat in 2019, so it's quite nostalgic to see that. Good to be back, and now we're going up towards Hyde Park, so I'll stay near the front of the march where the internet seems to be a bit better. But yeah, we've got thousands of people out on the march, lots of different movements, Stop HS2, Extinction Rebellion, to name but a few, of course Extinction Rebellion. It's just brilliant to see, really. And I was listening to some of the people being interviewed earlier as well, talking about nature and the importance of it, and it covers a broad range of things. Obviously, we need to coexist with nature to survive. We're part of nature, not apart from nature, I believe the saying goes. And I was just thinking, there was one gentleman who was talking about the impact it has on his mental health. all the stress of the climate crisis and ecological emergency, and how it can raise levels of anxiety, of depression, and make you feel really quite unwell. That's something I personally experienced earlier this year. It knocked me out for a few weeks. But yeah, connection with nature is just so important. Taking a walk out in the woods, in the forests, spending time next to the sea, just listening to the ocean, really puts you in a calmer state of mind, a good state of mind. I think it's connecting with nature is really important, and will hopefully improve our mental health. So yeah, by destroying nature, we're not only destroying our physical health, we're also destroying our mental health, and we need to reconnect. So we're coming up to Hyde Park now, quite close. I might find some people to talk to as well, but let's just take a look at this brilliant flag, the Ocean Rebellion flag, leading the march. And then following the Ocean Rebellion flag, we've got this wonderful band. They've been playing all the way along. Hopefully you can hear them. Lots of people with their faces painted. These amazing puppets, indigenous faces. Stop all new fossil fuel investments now. So that's our demand for this rebellion. Stop the Ecocide. Oh, and by the way, if you've not looked at the Stop Ecocide website ever, it was set up by Polly Higgins, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago now. But have a look at the Stop Ecocide site. It's worth signing up for that. Stop the destruction of nature. Stop the deforestation. Stop the oceans being trawled to death. We've got these wonderful dancers here as well. The colours that are out on the street today are brilliant. So many people have come together. Look at this, look at these wings. Are they heavy, or is it light as a butterfly?
I would love to say it's very light, but it's actually a little bit heavy.
With XR live streaming today, how's the day going?
It's really amazing. The atmosphere is incredible, and so many people are stopping and looking at us, and I think we're getting the message across.
Brilliant, so the outreach is going well.
It's really good, yeah.
I'll let you get on so you don't lose your posse. Thank you for talking to us. Brilliant costumes. Sorry, my earphones fell out then. Very professional at this, you know. So we've got some wasps as well over here. Wasps play a massively important part in life cycles and ecosystems. Recycling lots of things. And then following on from the vanguard of the march, where the other dancers in the band, we've got the Stop HS2. So we heard from HS2 earlier, but if you're just joining us, let's reiterate what HS2 is doing. So it's building this railway between London and Birmingham, which is going to cut minutes apparently off a journey. The ticket prices will be far too expensive for the normal people. It's all about connecting up airports and enabling more air travel, which of course is going to raise emissions. It's horrendously expensive. Billions upon billions of pounds is being spent on it, but it could be better spent on other projects, like sustainable projects. It's cutting up our remaining ancient forests, cutting a swathe through the countryside. It's displacing people as well as destroying habitats, of course. So this Ecocidal project, being championed by our current government, is doing an enormous amount of damage. It won't be carbon neutral, I think, for about 120 years, which is far beyond the timescales that we need for taking action. So yeah, it's great to see HS2 Rebellion, and they've got an action coming up on Thursday the 9th of this month, so later this week, I think. Where are we now? I'm losing track of days. It's day 13 of the Rebellion, folks. It's all merging into one year. But Thursday the 9th, check out HS2 Rebellion website and get some details of how you can help out. Massively important that we support them. They've been doing so much with their camps all the way along the HS2 line, raising awareness of this project and calling out how ecocidal it is. We've got some fish here. Brilliant. Very bright costumes. Hi, I'm from the XR live stream team. Does anyone want to say any words about why you're here today? You've done it already. Thank you very much. Your costumes are fantastic. Hi.
It's important that we show how important the natural world is to us.
Yeah.
We can't live without the natural world, and it would break my heart if any more of it was destroyed.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for that. Yeah, it is heartbreaking seeing the destruction. It's hard to even comprehend sometimes the level of destruction that's going on. I mean, I remember when I was a kid hearing about, I mean, that's quite a long time ago now, how many football pitches of the Amazon were disappearing every 5 minutes, and it's still going on. The deforestation is still going on in the Amazon, and still the destruction of the oceans. But there is, you know, there's so much beautiful and amazing nature still out there that can be saved if we've got the will to do it. We just need to do it. Somebody being interviewed said, we just need to stop the harm. Stop the harm. Stop the destruction. Move to a more sustainable way of living. Right, I might try and find my friend that I was going to talk to earlier that I spied, which is a little tricky in a crowd of thousands. But let's see if we can find her. So we're coming into Hyde Park now, where I think there's going to be a closing ceremony a bit later. Should be nice. The longest rebellion so far, this one. I mean, we had a bit of a pause due to the pandemic, but this is the longest rebels have been out on the streets, which is good. What are you coming to trust in yourself? If you had enough, what would that feel like? Nice. Would you like to say anything for XR live streaming today?
Just what an amazing person James is.
Oh, you're too kind, you're too kind.
Yeah, and also just to say, if you ever feel sad, the idea is that you put your face in here, you see. So if you could just imagine putting your face in there, remember you matter in the world. You are cherished on this earth. Especially,
nice.
You are loved by more people than you can imagine. You make a difference.
So it's all about recognising your own place in the world, yeah, and how important it is.
And actually, if we can power ourselves,
yeah.
Who knows, there's no stopping us, is there?
Empower yourself and there's no stopping us. Thank you, Abby. Lovely. Is Jen around, by the way? I missed her earlier. Thank you, I'll find her.
Look at the zebra trousers.
Zebra trousers. But now I've got an additional clue. The zebra trousers. I must find the zebra trousers. We've got more animals threatened with extinction here. And I think we saw a statistic earlier about one species is going extinct every 5 minutes. And we've lost 70% of our biomass, that's plants and animals, since the 1970s. And you see that with the old analogy of insects on the windscreen when I was a kid, so I'm in my 40s now. At the end of a journey in the summer, you had multiple insect splats. Now I drive and, unfortunately still have to drive, and hardly get any insects on the windscreen. And insects are the cornerstones of a lot of trophic cascades, and by that I mean food cycles, so they feed a lot of other animals. And then of course the bigger carnivores, so everything depends on the little things. The algae, the insects, the microbes, everything has its place. It's not just the big animals that are threatened with extinction. And we've got the Samba band coming up now, who've been doing a fantastic job, all rebellion. So some of these people I know, I've been speaking to them, they've been drumming for, well, actually, because they turned up for the Kill the Bill rally on the first Saturday, so some of them have been here for about 15, 16 days now, and they're still drumming. And they really, really lift everyone's spirits. When the rebels are getting a bit tired, a bit down, when everything weighs on you a lot, maybe they've seen some police violence, or they've seen more facts about the climate crisis, weigh a lot heavily. Their friends getting arrested, but the Samba really raises your spirits. So they've done such a good job. And they're still smiling and they're still going strong. See who else goes. So if you're just joining us, apologies again for the internet blackout a bit earlier. We had some trouble around Oxford Circus with all our signals stopping, but it seems to be getting better up towards Hyde Park. Stop investing in fossil fuels now, our demand for the rebellion. Thank you so much. We are marching for all nature, there's no planet B. Do you want to say anything for the camera? We're on XR live stream. No pressure, you don't have to. No, it's good. Thank you for coming, thanks for the message. There's no planet B, exactly. Don't make nature history. That would be too terrible. Yeah, so if we're just joining us, this is the March for Nature. We started off in Trafalgar Square, been up towards Piccadilly Circus, up Regent Street and down Oxford Street. We're We're coming into Hyde Park now. The front of the march is coming into Hyde Park up here. And I was very conservative on my earlier estimate of hundreds of people. It's definitely thousands of people. And I've seen, some of the outreach going on to members of the public. We've got amazing support from the sidelines as well. And lots of members of the public have been joining us along the way because they're, protesting. This is really serious issues. The climate crisis, which we've been talking about all week, but also the ecological emergency, the impact on nature. We're in the midst of the 6th extinction. So really everyone, or the majority of people, should we say, care about this and want to see it stop the destruction. Really important for your future generations. And I think I mentioned it earlier, but why can't we use some indigenous wisdom on this? When they make important decisions or any decisions about the future, they think, what's the impact going to be on 7 generations ahead? Is this a feasible thing we should be doing? Is it sensible? And if it's not, then they don't do it. It's quite simple. I don't think our government really get that, do they? And big business driven by profit for a relatively very small percentage of the population. Yeah, it looks like we're at the back of the march. So let's move on into the park. Cool, so we're going to go over to somebody else now. I'll make my way into the park and catch up with you later. Thanks everyone.
Hello everybody, I'm here outside this wonderful part of London at the top of Hyde Park. We have stopped outside the mound, you can see behind me here. This was built at a cost of £6 million by the City of Westminster Council to reconnect people with nature. We are here at the March for Nature, and we are wanting to have access to this mound to reconnect to nature. So we've just stopped the march for a moment. We've requested that we are allowed access to the mound to take some photographs and to reconnect with the nature that Boris Johnson on the 4th of February 2019 said that we were in danger of disconnecting with, that the loss of biodiversity, that man was completely out of kilter with nature. Just on 7 days later, on February the 11th, Boris Johnson announced the green signal to go on HS2, the most destructive tree felling project since World War I. As we know, it's going through 108 ancient woodlands, 693 nature reserves, wildlife sites, and 33 sites of special scientific interest. And at the same time, Westminster Council is doing things like that you can see behind me, this man-made mound to reconnect people with nature. HS2 should have been an example. HS2 allegedly was going to be a gold standard for construction, for infrastructure projects. Initially, the RSPB, the Woodland Trust, the Wildlife Trust, they were on board with HS2. It became increasingly apparent as the years went by that HS2 had no intention whatsoever to abide by their commitment to increase biodiversity along the length, to really take into consideration what they were saying they would apply to in their initial environmental assessment. Their environmental assessments have completely gone by the board, and they have refused to disclose many of the findings of their environmental assessments because they know that HS2 is not going to increase biodiversity, it's not going to be that gold standard which it proclaimed to be, and it's not going to protect our water sources. In Harville Road, Sarah Green recently in the High Court won a case against HS2 because they refused to disclose their own environmental assessment, which showed that the construction of stanchions to support the viaduct at Harville Road and across the nature reserve there, that those foundations would seriously risk polluting the chalk aquifer that provides water to 22% of London's population. That's 3.6 million people who risk having their water polluted because of HS2 construction. So I'm just going to go around now and find out, because what we wanted to do was actually to walk up this now and to be allowed access so that we could reconnect with nature. We have been denied access to this now. So instead what we're doing right now is we're just pausing here. I'm going to try and speak to somebody who's been communicating with the staff here at the now. But we paused here now. So this mount is still, as I say, the cost of £6 million by Westminster Council to reconnect people with nature. Glad you're breaking up.
Extinction Rebellion at Hyde Park. The March for Nature is just arriving at Hyde Park, having set off from Trafalgar Square. One of the things that we're doing today is that, much like the branches of a tree, people have been branching off this march to do what we call a rebellion of one, which in short is a one-man rebellion, a one-man protest. It may be a roadblock, it could be anything. And these are happening all across London as we speak. People have broken off from this march to do rebellions of one, and it's really empowering to show what one person can do on their own. I now cut across to one such rebellion of one. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Extinction Rebellion. It's the last day of the rebellion, and the rebels are arriving in Hyde Park. As you can see in the middle of your screen, a doctor there. Doctor! Extinction Rebellion live. Do you want to say something?
Sure.
Say something doctory.
All right.
Were you part of the protest at JP Morgan yesterday?
Yes, I was there. Yeah.
Thoughts?
So we're here today because the climate and ecological emergency. Sorry. So yeah, we're here today because the climate and ecological emergency is a health emergency. Burning of fossil fuels has to stop. Floods, wildfires, drought, people are forced to leave their homes. These are all creating huge health impacts, and as doctors and nurses and midwives, we're all here today for that reason. We're really worried about our patients today and also in the future. So that's why we've joined Extinction Rebellion.
I know the action yesterday, something you got from the police was pretty heavy-handed. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the police and also the security at JP Morgan were quite heavy-handed. We thought a really disproportionate response to a peaceful protest. Yeah, many of the police were also great at facilitating a peaceful day, but we feel like this is a really great reason why peaceful protest needs to continue. Yeah, against the policing bill for that reason.
Just for you, but for those watching, I think many of us kind of assume there'd be some level of restraint, given that if there is a health problem with the people, with respect for you guys, that didn't seem to exist at all, did it?
Well, no. The police did later work with us, but at the time when we first arrived, there was quite a high degree of aggression, considering we had arrived peacefully and made it very clear that that was going to be the way we were.
Thank you so much for doing that action, and sorry that happened to you guys yesterday. In terms of aggression, you would have also seen the footage on, I think it was Tuesday, on the bus, where the police boarded the bus with batons, and to say they were heavy-handed would be an understatement. I wasn't there that day. People that were said that out of shot there were lots of other policemen who were actually looking at their colleagues, and they were absolutely horrified at the way that they were dealing with rebels. I think that's a side of the police that we don't get to see. The aggression has gone viral with good reason, but there is another side. Of note also is that we saw some police this week take some Extinction Rebellion stickers and stick them to the inside of their police helmets. That speaks volumes of their own consciousness and what's going on in their hearts. I think the police realise that they share the planet with us, and what happens affects them as much as it does us. Hiya. Extinction Rebellion live. I know. Oh. Say something.
I'm pleased to be here. It's the first time I've ever made placards, and I feel really pleased. But I wanted to offer questions. I'm trying to track down my friends.
Let's see your placard.
What are you coming to trust in yourself?
What are you coming to trust in yourself?
And this is partly my sort of teacher. If you had Tara Brach, if you had enough, what would that feel like?
If you had enough, what would that feel like? Expand on this.
I guess it's kind of about capitalism. My dear teacher, Tara Brach in America, says that actually capitalism would fall apart really if we thought we had enough. And actually, and so my wanting is to come back to the earth, but through the body. And where do you sense that? Because actually, if we come into the sensations of when you remember when you had something and you were full and you were happy, it starts rewiring the brain and it starts searching for positive experiences. I think so much of the time we're just, myself included, we're always talking about what we're missing, what we're So I wanted to add a bit of love today. It's really important that we talk about what we're killing, but also cultivating love and kindness in ourselves. We have to do that, and in the face of such sadness as well.
Cultivating love within ourselves. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. For those just joining us, Extinction Rebellion at the March for Nature, just arriving in Hyde Park. It's been 2 weeks of pretty intense action by Extinction Rebellion. I know that you're watching these images in Hyde Park. At the same time, we've got rebellions of one going on across London. So that's rebels that have branched off this march and are sitting alone, blocking roads, or whatever way they choose to express themselves via the rebellion. That's going on across London. So a big shout out to those rebels taking part in the rebellion of one. Let's take a little walk around and talk to some people. Hello guys, Extinction Rebellion live. Anybody? Everyone sort of, this is making me so unpopular. Anybody? Who wants it? I remember you from the kitchen. You've got to have a go. How you doing? We used to serve in the kitchen together.
I've got a mouthful of very dry chocolate.
I'm doing this because it's embarrassing you.
I'm not sure the viewers want to see the...
I think that awkwardness makes for good viewing.
How are you doing?
I'm alright, how you doing?
Kitchen days.
Yeah, it was good in the kitchen, wasn't it?
That was a lot of fun.
Until they closed us down. Remember that night they closed us down?
It was very disappointing. It was a lot of fun in the kitchen, cooking up some meals for the rebels. Felt like I was on MasterChef, you know.
You weren't a MasterChef, nor was I. We were absolutely terrible.
Our dal was to die for.
Our dal was not to die for. We convinced ourselves that our dal was to die for. It wasn't that good.
I cooked dal, okay.
I could tell.
Remember the rice pudding? The sticky rice pudding?
It was.
Rice has gone wrong. Let's put some coconut milk in it. That's what it was.
For those just joining us, we used to be in the XR kitchen together, cooking up some mediocre meals.
And mediocre's being generous. Mediocre's being generous. Thankfully, the Harry Krishners are around to save us and give us some real food now.
They're so good, aren't they?
They're very good.
Talk to me about your rebellion.
Oh, it's been an interesting one because I was really only here for the first week. In the first week, there was high energy. Some of the sites were really taken with beautiful structures. And then it changed a lot. It's the second week I was working, so I couldn't come along, but seeing kind of what was happening with the police response and seeing, well, how quickly they're taking down sites by being quite forceful and seeing the force used against protesters was quite hard to watch. It was quite sad. It was really sad to see that turn of events. I don't know what was happening, if they had instructions from above to kind of be more forceful in their policing, but it was made for hard viewing on the live channel.
I totally agree. It made for hard streaming as well. It was really hard to watch at times. It was gut-wrenching.
Yeah. And fists being thrown and batons out and windows smashed in people's faces. It was all a bit much.
I hear you. On a more positive note, do you think this has been useful? Do you think it's made a difference? Do you think our voice has been heard?
I think so. The unfortunate events locally and internationally around the world with big weather events, I think have primed people to really be switched on now. And the little outreach I've been able to do, people have been really quite positive. It can be hard at times, sometimes online. There can be a lot of kind of negative comments made about the movement, about the rebellion, but in general on the streets, talking to people on the streets as they walk past, talking to them how they feel about the climate crisis, how they feel about government's response, and how they feel about the urgent need for change, and how the rebellion is helping to increase awareness, to stimulate the conversation, and to highlight the government's need to act now. I would say it's been quite positive. Lots of people touched on the streets, lots of coverage in the media, and some really impressive actions by some very brave and daring rebels.
You talk about the response on the streets. As somebody who's been involved in Extinction Rebellion for a few years, do you sense a shift in opinions in the public?
Yes. I would say at the first rebellion, people weren't so aware about the climate crisis, and definitely the language that was used was very different at the time. And now everyone you speak to knows we're in a climate emergency, and there's no real denial. There's no denial that it's happening. It's happening now. It's caused by humankind, and that we need to act. And that lays a foundation for acceptance of the movement's actions, and the need for change. So I think that's been a significant change in the last couple of years. And I am sure that a large part of that's been caused by the movement, by getting the topic into public sphere, asking for the media to tell the truth, asking for more accurate reporting, and that I think probably has really shifted how present it is in people's minds.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Thank you very much. Thanks for talking. And just for everybody watching, so they know, you had lots of friends surrounding you a few moments ago. And when I came over with a camera, they disappeared. So you're not sort of a man without friends. You're a man who lost his friends as a result of me turning up.
They simply ran away quicker than I did. It's the slowest to react. Stuck here.
You were caught in the headlights.
I was caught in the headlights.
Thank you ever so much. And if you ever decide to open a restaurant, don't call me. Take care.
Mediocre dal restaurant coming to a town near you.
Mediocre's generous. Thank you. Take care. That was a rebel who's been involved in Extinction Rebellion for a few years. And as you heard, he used to cook in the Extinction Rebellion kitchen, which did exist once upon a time. We've not had it for the last 2 rebellions. Before that, people would come and drop off food, rebels would cook, there'd be food all day long.
Amazon's rebellion went to the Brazilian embassy, and it was a great movement with Movements Action. We came together with Greenpeace, Survival International and lots of other groups and put lots of pressure on there. So well done Amazon's rebellion for holding that one.
As we said earlier, there are rebellions of one going on across London. And as you can see on your screen, we have some brave rebels who have blocked the streets in order to make their protest against the use of fossil fuels. I'm not quite sure where in London that is. Fossil fuels, or the end to the extraction of fossil fuels and the end of funding of fossil fuels has been at the core of this rebellion and a core demand of this rebellion. JP Morgan have been targeted because they are the largest investor in this country in fossil fuels, and this protest you can see on your screen is highlighting just that issue. As you can see, the rebels are ever so calmly blocking the road, and it's not something they want to do, it's something they feel they have to do to raise a voice for the planet, for the future of the planet, for future generations. And as you just heard some moments ago, public opinion has really shifted. Everybody acknowledges that we're in a climate and ecological emergency. That's why we have scenes like this, with rebels blocking the road. Nobody wants to cause inconvenience to motorists, but we are in an emergency, and that voice needs to be heard. As I mentioned earlier, there are lots of rebellions rebellions of one going on across London. And you can see one such rebellion on your screen now. And it really shows how much power we have as individuals. The fact that one person can sit in the road in this fashion and make such a huge protest. Sometimes, as individuals, we feel helpless. And these rebellions of one are really empowering and show that one person can make a difference. Whilst the March for Nature has arrived or continues to arrive in Hyde Park, these are images of the rebellion of one going on across London. I'm told that these are happening across London, and there's countless rebellions like this. And somebody just came into my ear and was giving me a leaflet. For those just joining us, we are here in London at the March for Nature, which is just arriving in Hyde Park. There are these rebellions of one going on across London. Our streamers couldn't possibly get to all of them. What you see on your screen is one such rebellion protest. We did have some internet issues earlier on. Okay. Hey, how you doing? Do you want to talk? You don't want to talk? What do you mean you're knackered?
I played the whole freaking march.
You played the whole friggin' march? You're live anyway. Vlad, can you hear me? For those just joining us, there are rebellions of one going on across London. Lots of roadblocks. It's really sad that people feel that they have to do this. But there's a sizable number of people out today who feel as though they do. The image you can see on your screen now is a rebellion of one happening in London. You can see the cyclist just drive past that rebel. So we're watching these images live as you are. It will be interesting to see how this rebellion of one unfolds. I can't quite make out what's on her on the placard. There was a rickshaw that decided not to stop for the rebellion of one. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out. What does that say? Oh, it looks like one of its healthcare systems will collapse. I am terrified. Healthcare systems will collapse because of the climate crisis. It looks like somebody who's dressed in medical attire, possibly a doctor. We've had so this is a nurse who's, this is her rebellion of one as she blocks the road. In fact, this particular nurse was interviewed earlier on today, and it'll be interesting to hear what she's got to say. If we could cut across to that interview.
Hello, I'm a nurse and I decided to do Rebellion of One today because as a healthcare professional I'm worried about the well-being of my patients and the impact that climate change has on their health and also on our health as a healthcare professionals. We need to make our voices heard and warn the governments that they need to stop investing in fossil fuels now, and they need to stop being facilitators for the big businesses which exploit and invest in fossil fuels. They need to understand that they need to stop now. We don't have more time, and the consequences of climate change on all areas of society will be extremely dramatic.
As you can see, this is another Rebellion of One happening in London, and these are happening across London today. Stop funding fossil fuels now. That's the message. And as you can see, the traffic is totally blocked. I'm sure this brave rebel doesn't want to do this. However, like most rebels, feels as though we don't have a choice. In some way, shape or form, this voice needs to be heard. Stop funding fossil fuels. UK pensions are worth 2.6 trillion, and pension funds invest massively in fossil fuels, which are burning our world. Switching to ethical investments can give better returns. Fossil fuels will soon be stranded assets because we can't afford to burn them anymore. If pension funds don't divest, they will lose a lot of money. And we will have heard this week this term of greenwashing. Oil and gas companies pretend they're getting greener, but carry on with business as usual. From 2018 to 2020, Shell invested over 90% of their capital in fossil fuels, 90%, and only 5% in renewable energy. That's a frightening statistic. Absolutely frightening. Shell invested 90% of their capital in fossil fuels between 2018 and 2020, and only 5% in renewable energy. As you can see in your screen, there are rebellions of one going on across London. This nurse who we interviewed earlier is sitting in the middle of the road, committed to her rebellion of one. And these brave rebels also conducting a roadblock in order to raise a voice to protect the earth against the climate and ecological crisis. Boris, stop funding fossil fuels. That's the message. We haven't heard much from Boris this time, and in previous years he's thrown around terms like crusties. I don't think he'd do it anymore because there's been a real change in public opinion, and with everything that's going on in the news around the world, people are waking up and becoming more and more sympathetic to climate activists and actually getting more involved. The radio presenter James O'Brien on LBC was one such example. In fact, LBC interviewed one of the spokesmen for Extinction Rebellion whilst on this march. Todd, the pilot, was interviewed for LBC. And of course, LBC are a radio station that previously mocked climate activists. As you can see on your screen, a rebellion of one taking place. It looks as though somebody has joined her and is sitting next to her. I'm not sure whether that's a rebel, someone passing, but it's a lovely sight. It's a lovely sight. She's sitting on her own and somebody's decided to just come and sit next to her in support. Obviously somebody who is equally concerned about the climate and ecological crisis. The March for Nature left Trafalgar Square earlier today, and we have arrived in Hyde Park. Rebels branched off from that march and are conducting their own rebellions of one, and blocking roads to raise a voice for Mother Earth and how what's going on is just not sustainable. You see the images there of roadblocks, and what's been interesting is that even people who have been inconvenienced by what's going on have been very sympathetic. And one of the things that keeps coming up in the papers is there was a survey conducted, and they said that Extinction Rebellion is the most known protest group in the country. They also happen to be the least popular. Extinction Rebellion are trying to make a difference. It's not really a popularity contest. Having said that, that popularity is changing. People are really waking up as they see news around the world. I think the movement is becoming more and more popular. You can see on your screen a policeman talking to the brave nurse, the rebel who's blocking the street. A rebellion of one. I don't think we've got any audio of what's going on there. It would be interesting to hear this conversation and possibly conduct an interview with the nurse. The policeman seems to be conducting himself in a reasonable manner, which has not been the case at all protests this week. We of course saw the baton charge at rebels on a bus. As you can see, police just arriving at this rebellion of one. There's two policemen, as you can see on your screens now, talking to the nurse, I presume trying to convince her to get up without being arrested. She seems determined and adamant to remain seated. Another rebellion of one. Well, I say rebellion of one, there seems to be about half a dozen of them blocking the street there, and a police van has just arrived, I presume to warn the rebels first before arresting them. Let's see how this unfolds. We've had an array of people getting arrested for Extinction Rebellion, from a rabbi to a priest, doctors, scientists, nurses. There's been representation from all professions, faiths, ethnic backgrounds. This really is something that affects us all. As you can see, the police seem to be warning the rebels sitting in the street and encouraging them to stand up before being arrested. Talking about people getting arrested for Extinction Rebellion. Previously, we actually had the editor of The Guardian come and get arrested. Right, this nurse is being spoken to by the police. And that was the nurse that was blocking the road as her rebellion of one some moments ago. Her hands seem to be together, so I'm not sure if she's got handcuffs on. I can't quite make that out from the pictures that I'm seeing. Oh no, she's fine. She has not been handcuffed. She's just holding a placard. Great. Great. For those joining us, as part of the March for Nature, rebels have been branching off and conducting rebellions of one, which often translates into a one-man roadblock. Boris, stop funding fossil fuels is the message. So this lady, this nurse who was conducting a rebellion of one, has just been moved by the police. I'm not sure if she's going to get arrested. What she's doing is certainly extraordinarily brave, and it takes such courage to do this. And she's not doing it for herself, she's doing it for everybody. And we applaud her, absolutely applaud her. The police have, as you can see, the police have just come over to speak to her again. I'm not sure if she's going to get arrested or will be allowed to leave. As I said previously, these rebellions of one are going on across London. We couldn't possibly stream all of them. These brave rebels, I can't stand by. It's a code red. A reference, of course, to the IPCC report, which said that the planet is in a state of code red. The IPCC, of course, a group of scientists endorsed by the world's governments. This is so one of our streamers, Louisa, is actually at one of these rebellions of one, and hopefully we can hear from her. Louisa, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. We're at a rebellion of one at Oxford Street. The junction is here, and you can see that we've got some taxi drivers actually trying to go through where the protesters are, which I'm not going to get in front of a taxi. These protesters are here because they've said it all. They want Boris Johnson and his government to stop funding fossil fuels. And they said they're terrified of watching the world burn. That's why they're stopping here, stopping traffic in what we're calling a rebellion of one, or in this case two, because we're on one of the busiest junctions on Oxford Street, one of the busiest commercial areas of London. One of our rebels here, really face to face with traffic, standing there because they've got no other choice. They feel that they have to take a stand against climate change and the inaction of the government. And you can see that this is exactly what we want. We want people to see happening. We want people to see and really be faced, because people need to wake up about the problems caused by climate change. We just had a heckler at the side here say, "You're worried about climate change, what about COVID?" Well, climate change is going to kill many more people than COVID would in the next decades. Stop funding fossil fuels. That's the message. That's the message of our immediate demand, this rebellion, which is just coming to an end in style. We are saying to the government that we need to stop funding new fossil fuel developments. It's absolutely crazy, it's immoral, and actually it's ecocidal, and it's going to kill lots of people. I don't want your children to die from climate change. We're doing this for everybody. We feel so strongly that the government is not acting as it should to safeguard children, to safeguard everyone on this planet. And we've just had a nature march today, a march for nature, because nature is being destroyed at a terrifying rate, and it has been being destroyed in this way for decades. We're here to protect nature. A lot of people will say, well, we're blocking traffic. This is very upsetting to the people who are doing it. But as we'll see in a testimony in a minute, they don't feel that they have any choice left.
Do you think this country is going to change without people doing it? Do you think this country is going to change without people doing it? We have 10 years until supply chains collapse, and we are struggling.
You can see we've got support here. We've got support from people who aren't part of Extinction Rebellion. We also have people who aren't happy with it, but we have de-escalators here, members of the public and supporters who are helping to make the situation non-violent. We're always protesting non-violently. And as for the emissions caused by these vehicles that are stopped up along Oxford Street, it's nothing compared with the carbon footprint every day, every single day, of people around the world using, it's not even using just transport, living our lives. We live our lives in hypocrisy, and that is the people. Let's see, this is the argument. How many of you have fossil fuels in your house? We all have fossil fuels in our house. We're trapped in a toxic system. We want out. Surely everybody else wants out as well, but the government's not listening to us. And that's why we're doing this. It's extremely emotional for everyone involved. And actually, obviously, it's very emotional who are standing around as well. Whatever they've decided, whatever opinion they've decided to take.
You should drive through the middle of us.
If you're moved by this protest, and I have to say, I'm starting to feel it, standing right in the middle, please share this live stream on Extinction Rebellion UK. Please share it with some people that don't usually think about these issues. I hope that by doing this protest, we're helping some people who don't usually think about these issues bring it to the forefront of their minds today. And start to think that we need to actually wake up as a society and demand more of our governments in a non-violent way, just like these brave protesters. For those of you just joining us, we're here on a rebellion of, or rather two, we're on one of the most busy areas of London for shopping, and we are bringing the message of climate inaction and what the government needs to do to step up to the plate to save people and planet from annihilation by climate change in the coming decades. We're doing that to save everybody here. Some people think it's extremist. We're extremely afraid. We're listening to the scientists. The science is saying there's a code red. This is a code red for humanity. Just recently, just in the last few weeks, we've had a report coming out by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which is saying that we are going to reach the so-called safe limit of 1.5 degrees of warming above pre-industrial levels in 20 years. That's a definite. Everything that we do now is mitigation and trying to save our everything we do now is mitigation and trying to save our future generations so that they can live a life that our parents and grandparents have enjoyed. And in living that life, unfortunately, in the last 50 years since the end of the Second World War, we have been decimating the environment at an absolutely terrifying pace. We've been extracting fossil fuels for our own ends. We all benefit, including those of us who are sitting on the ground, we all benefit from fossil fuel transport. We benefit from food that's brought to us from all over the world by air freight, by sea freight, which has huge emissions. We benefit from international travel, or have done since before COVID, which brings benefits of understanding communities around the world, but it also causes huge pollution. And fossil fuels that power our homes through the day and through the nights are decimating the environment, and they are harming indigenous communities and communities in the global south, in which the fossil fuel projects are often put. Of course, there are projects in our own country as well. The government now wants to. The government wants to approve a coal mine in Cumbria, despite saying that they're going to be net zero by 2050. This is an aberration and it's a lie. The promises that Boris Johnson and his government have made are hollow. We need immediate action. We need the government, the G7, the entire international community to step up when they go to COP26 in November. And this is our warning shot to them, that they need to step up to the plate and they need to protect us. That's what governments are for. We're demanding also a citizens' assembly, which means that we bring everybody's voices to the table. A little bit like jury service, we get people from all backgrounds, all walks of life to come together to learn the facts about climate change from scientists, and then to have a discussion about the change that they want to see in the world. And we want that, Extinction Rebellion wants that to be legally binding so that everybody who is affected by climate change, and that's all of us, has a say in how we get out of this mess, which is the most damaging and the most phenomenal challenge that we have to face in human history, I would say. So it's an extremely ill thing. We're on Oxford Street here, one of the biggest, most busy parts of Western London for shopping. And our rebels, two of them here, are blocking the streets with their placards and are visibly moved, as you can imagine. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do this. They don't want to hear, but they're terrified of what's going to happen in the coming decades for the climate crisis.
When you do it yourself,
You can see the police have arrived, and we'll see what the response is now. I don't really want the police. I want to give the maximum screen time to our rebels. They've known the risks when they've done this. and they've decided they'll remain in place until they are removed. Over 100 people watching here. This is going to be quite a difficult process of extrication, I'm sure. We've been encircled by people out on their days out, doing their shopping. But the message is clear: government fossil fuels. Not in a few decades. We want them to stop now, immediately, to prevent our destruction by human-induced climate change. We need to turn the tide. We need to show that we are responsible, and we have a responsibility for future generations, and not just people. We have responsibility for all the living beings on it, and to them would be unthinkable. The unthinkable. We must step up. Once again, if you feel moved by these actions, please share. Please stream. We've had such a celebratory day. A celebration of community on our nature march. That's the great part about XR, is being part of a community, and this can feel like a very lonely action. This is about what we've done. I'm being told that I'm liable for arrest if I don't move out of the road, so I'm going to move to the side of the road. It's actually really distressing to watch. My hand aching on my phone as I do this, to see our fellow activists being so brave in the face of a very large police. They've done this willingly because they believe it's the only thing that they can do to draw attention to the climate crisis. And I respect them for that, and I hope that those of you watching do as well, whatever your beliefs are. We're documenting this to show how we protest the future. We're totally not. We're exercising our right to protest, and we don't intentionally the public. We only do so because we feel that we have no other option. And if I'm sounding a bit wooden, it's because I'm finding it quite difficult to talk about this in such a hectic and highly charged situation. Once again, please share this live stream. Please show people that you know how we protest in a non-violent way, and hopefully they'll be moved to join us. There are so many ways to get involved in Extinction Rebellion. In the centre of the road, you can come on marches like we've seen today. You can face support rebels on the streets. Just been told my internet's dropping out. Anything that you have a skill to do, help us. We've had a 2-week rebellion, we're tired, but we're defiant, and we're going to work towards COP now. COP 26, which is in Glasgow, where come from together and get a political process. I hope when we make, and please join us if you feel strongly like we do about the climate, the ecological emergency, and global justice in the face of the climate crisis. And if you feel that democracy is broken and we need citizens' assembly, you can get involved and help us there as well. I'm not going to film the rest. I'm not going to film the rest because we don't like to sensationalize arrests. We don't want to be arrested, but we feel it's the only thing we can do. So I'm going to leave you with that message, a parting message to please join us and please share. And thank you for joining us this week and these 2 weeks at the Impossible Rebellion with Extinction Rebellion UK. I'm going to pass over now and see if there's any of the march left. That's it from Rebellion of One. Thank you very much.
In May 2019, the UK declared a climate emergency. Since then, more and more people around the world have woken up to the climate and ecological crisis, putting ever-growing pressure on the people in power. They have started to act. Not acting as in taking climate action, but acting as in role-playing politics, acting as saviors, playing with words, trying to convince us that everything is taken care of.
Pretending to change while they continue pretty much exactly as before. Pretending to wage war against fossil fuel while opening brand new coal mines, oil fields and pipelines. Pretending to have the most ambitious climate policies, bragging about these so-called ambitious climate targets, which are vastly insufficient, by the way, and then get caught for not even trying to reach these targets.
Pretending to care about science while holding climate summits without inviting a single climate scientist. Pretending to care about nature and biodiversity while the world cuts down a forest area the size of a football field every second. Pretending to build back better even as astronomical sums of money are already locked in to dirty projects.
Billions more is being spent on fossil fuels than on clean energy. Those in power compensate with beautiful words and promises that someone in the future will somehow undo their actions and make them net zero. With more and more extreme weather raging all around us, the gap between actions and words is becoming impossible to ignore.
2021 is forecasted to be the second highest rise in emissions to date. The people of this planet are no longer going to fall for the lies of those in power. The climate crisis is something that is not in the distant future. It is here, now, and every delay will make it worse.
We have tried asking nicely. We have tried writing to our MPs, signing petitions, and everything else. None of it has worked. So together, we must take to the streets. Come and join us as we demand this stop the harm and halt all new investment in the fossil fuel industry. We can win this. We must win this.